We're live on YouTube. We're good to go.
All right, thank you. We're waiting for Tom to re-sign back in and then we'll be ready to go.
Okay, I see him.
I see him down here. There he is. Looks like he signed in twice now.
We're live on
Shouldn't be a
YouTube.
problem.
We're good to go.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Tom.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, so we have 5 votes.
I'm gonna go off the other one here.
All right. Hey, Jared, do you know how to get rid of Tom on the unsigned in deal? Drop that box off. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother anybody else.
I think if I heard him right, Tom's working to log off on the other computer, which will drop him. If it doesn't work, I can try to use the remove function in Zoom.
That's great. It won't let me off.
And you're over on that one too.
Tom, I'm going to try to remove the one that the camera isn't working on, and hopefully it doesn't boot your main one with the camera.
Thank you, sir.
It looked like it worked. You're still with us, so that's great.
Yes.
All right.
Well done.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I call the September 22nd meeting of the Board of Zoning Adjustment to order. My first order of business is to thank all city staff who worked tirelessly, for those in the audience today, for those, they worked tirelessly to get these cases presented. And each case is special to you and to them. So even though there's a lot on our docket today, I want to tell you that the staff is doing a great job to get them in front of us today. So thank you, staff. Now, before I swear in the staff, Jared, do you want to tell them about how Zoom works?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So there are 2 main categories of participants in the Zoom meetings that we have for hearings. There's attendees and there's panelists. Only panelists can turn on their microphones and cameras. For anyone watching right now, everyone that you can see is a panelist. Let's see. So when your case is called, you will use the raise hand function and staff will promote you from an attendee to a panelist. This will allow you to turn on your microphone and camera. If you're joining by telephone, which some folks do, you can raise your hand when the case you are interested in is called by pressing the star followed by 9. What happens is that Zoom will ask you to be promoted to a panelist. You must confirm that and click yes, and then it will briefly appear that you have disconnected from the meeting, but don't panic. Give Zoom a moment and it will load you back in as a panelist. Once you've been loaded back in, turn on your camera and microphone and we'll swear you in, or the chairman will rather, and you will be able to provide testimony when appropriate. Please ensure that your Zoom username is your legal name, and do be sure to keep yourself muted until the chair has asked you to speak. I will also remind all attendees that the chat feature is purely meant to be there to discuss the Zoom meeting itself, logistics of the meeting. Do not use the chat box to discuss the merits of any case. I believe that's everything. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, Jared. Our next order of business is to swear in the staff. So if all staff members will turn on their cameras and prepare to hear the oath. And I see a lot of people lighting up here. Thank you. Anyone else? Yep.
Justin
Hit everyone up.
Needs to turn on his camera and microphone.
Justin and Mr. Duddy, please. Thank you.
Having trouble getting my camera to come on, but I will go with the oath.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and swear everybody in. Please raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? And as we go around, just please say I do and state your name. And help me out here, who we've got. Go ahead, just start up. Olafu, you want to go first?
Olafo Agbaji, I do.
Thank you. Larissa,
Larissa Chambi, I do.
thank you. Who else we got? Do we have Christina Johnson? There you go. Christina,
Christina Johnson, I do.
thank you. And then we have, did I already get Larissa yet? Have I got her? Yes.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Duddy.
James Duddy, I do.
All right. And have I missed anybody? Do you think?
Jared Clements, I do.
Thank you, Jared. And Genevieve,
Genevieve Khan, I do.
thank you. All right.
And
Justin?
Justin too.
Yeah,
Justin Smith, I do.
Okay, thank you, Justin. Sorry. All right. I think I've got everybody. Thanks.
And just a note, we will need to swear in Najma and Matt later today when they join.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. We have some cases on our docket that will be continued or dismissed. We'd like to do those first. And the first case that comes before me is docket number 8, case number 0007 with an address of 9500 East 47th Street. That's going to be continued to October 11th. Is that right, Olafu? We good? Okay. Usually these are simple. So I'll entertain a motion to that effect.
That is correct.
Thank you, Olafu. Board members, to move this case to October 11th.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixtor. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. All those in favor, please say aye.
aye,
The chair votes with that motion. That case is continued to October 11. And I'm just kind of going through Jared's list here. And I'll get to those dismissals in a second. Sorry. The next one for moving is docket number 21, case number 92, with an address of 7000 Cleveland Avenue. Do I have a motion to move this matter to October 11th?
a question, Mr. Chair. As
I know.
I have a connection to that case. Am I to vote on that?
I think you're okay to vote on it. You probably just can't hear it next time.
Good, because if I don't, then there's only 3 people.
Right.
I'm not sure where we go with that. Okay.
So, Randy,
So moved.
thank you. Can I get a second from Tom, maybe? Tom Gorns?
Yep.
Thank you. A second from Mr. Gorns. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes with that motion, and that motion is continued, or that case is continued. And then we've got a couple on this last page, docket number 27 with an address of 8820 Indiana Avenue. And that's a request for continuance. And there's a quorum of which no one's on it except me and Stiller. So how do we do this? So
A while ago, I sent out some information for you all to reestablish the quorum
Okay,
on that
thank you.
sense.
Thank you, Jared. So we've reestablished the quorum. Any comments on moving the case, Jared? Just standard moving?
Just waiting for 5 board members on that one.
Okay, perfect. Board members? Motion to move this to October 11.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second, anybody?
Second.
Thank you, Tom. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And chair votes with that motion. This is moved to October 11. Next case is case number 24, docket number 28, with an address of 4507 Blue Ridge Cutoff. Same thing, trying to continue this to October 11 to have a 5-member board. Pretty straightforward in my case.
This is I believe they want a 5-member board, but also just for everyone's information, I believe this is also related to case number 8 that was continued. That's a special use permit for this same situation. And so the special use permit needs to go through first.
Perfect. Thank you, Jared. Board members to move this one.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixtor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed, same sign. Chair votes with that. This case is moved to October 11. And then the next case is docket number 29, case number 114 with an address of 3901 North Wayne Avenue. And Jared, any comments on this one?
Nope, no comments on this one. There was an issue advertising this case administratively, so it's being continued as well.
All right. Board members, do I have a motion to continue this to October 11?
So moved.
Thank you, Randy. Second? Tom?
Yeah, second.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Lawrence? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign.
And
The chair
then,
votes with the motion, and this matter is continued.
sorry about that, Chairman Ebbets, I didn't mean to interrupt. I also wanted to let you know that docket number 14, case number 100 at 4200 Bell Street, that also needs to be continued due to an advertisement issue.
All right.
I had not highlighted that one like I intended to.
All right. Let me get that to that one. I'll just get a second. So I've got to get to my other sheets. Sorry. Please. Okay. All right. So we're calling case number 100 with an address of 4200 Bell Street. That's yours, Jared, or is that someone else's? So that's to be moved, recommended to be moved to the October 11. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. Staff or board members?
So moved.
Thank you. And second?
Second.
Thank you, Tom. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of moving this case to October 11, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. The chair votes with that one, and this case is moved to October 11. All right, and we've got a couple dismissals.
And I'm not familiar, Mr. Ebbets. I realize now as I look at it, I'm not familiar with these special use permits. The CPC is who recommended dismissal, so
No, we won't do
Najma's
that.
going to be familiar with if
Right.
yeah, they
No,
should be heard or not.
Thank
So
you.
we'll
I
wait
thought it
for-
was you guys. No, that's great. So perfect. Does that cover everyone, Jared, at least on the continuances? Great.
It does.
All right, let's call our first case today. Case number 30 with an address of 4319 Independence Avenue. Well,
Mr. Ebbets, I'm sorry. So that's one of the blue ones. So for anyone in the audience who hasn't been made aware yet, Najma and Matthew Barnes.
oh, that's right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
They will not be here until noon due to a training that they are not, they must go to. It's mandatory. So where
So
we're
we'll
gonna
move
be-
that one to later in the docket.
Mhm.
Perfect. Thank you,
We'll do those
Mr.
at noon.
Clemens. Then we'll move on to docket number 2, case number 31, with an address of 221 Northeast 114th Street, Nashua Elementary School. Will those parties please raise their hand to be promoted? Scroll on down here.
All right, I am. I'm promoting a Braden Taylor. I'm promoting a Brian Hochstein, a Jeff, and a phone number.
Great. And Genevieve, will you not share your screen quite yet?
Sure.
Thank you very much. I've got to swear in the other people. So who we have here? So, all right, give me a second here. So we have Mr. Hochstein, right? And Mr. Jeff. Those are the only two. We've got Jared coming up.
Let's see.
Let's see, Mr. Taylor. I'm going to have to swear everybody in. That's what I'm asking.
Yep. So there's Braden Taylor, Lauren Bailey, Jeff, and Brian Hochstein.
Okay, great. So, gentlemen, could I have you raise, or excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, can I have you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? And I'm going to ask you to say I do as I identify you. Jeff, will you say your full name and say yes or I do?
Jeff Vandal, I do.
Thank you. Braden, same thing.
Braden Taylor, I do.
Thank you. Miss Bailey?
Lauren Bailey, I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Hochstein?
Brian Hochstein, I do.
Thank you very much for saying that. All right. We only have 4 board members here today, people. And because of that, you have to get all 4 of us to agree or your case will fail. The other alternate is to wait till next month. I think we're going to have a 5th board member at that time. And at that point, you would have 5 and you could have a person go against you and your case would still win. Do I have your approval to continue on? Who's speaking on the case today? Is that
Braden here? Yes. Yep. We can continue.
okay? Great. Thank you, sir. Let's see here. Ms. Genevieve, I think it's your case to present, and we'd love to hear from. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I've got to admit the exhibits. So on your staff report on page 3, there are a list of administrative exhibits 1 to 9. Is that okay for us to admit those so we can hear your case today? Braden?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are admitted. And now, Ms. Khan, it's your turn to tell us about the case today. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so before you is docket number 2 for a special use permit for Nashua Elementary School. This site is generally located in the Northland area, just south of I-435. Here's an aerial of the site. It is located on about 10 acres, surrounded by mostly residential neighborhood, as you can see by all these different R districts. And then here's a close-up of the site. The existing elementary school is located here in the center of the site, and the request for this special use permit is to construct a new, larger elementary school over on the east portion of the site. The existing school will remain in operation until the new building is completed, and then the old one will be demolished. So here is the site plan for the new building. There are 2 parking lots here to serve this building, and from the previous image, you can see these parking lots will be about where the existing school is. So there'll be construction of the new school while the old school is still in place. The new building will be approximately 71,000 square feet with allowance for a future addition, I believe in this area, of about 2,000 square feet. These are the proposed elevations for the new building, containing brick face, cast concrete, and metal panels as some of the building materials. And then just for a little bit of context, here's a street view of the existing school from northeast 114th Street. And then here's another street view just down the road. Again, here's the current school. And then this is that east portion of the lot where the new school will be constructed. Staff recommend approval of conditions, and this should also say at the Plan Commission meeting when this was heard on August 16th, the commission voted to recommend to your board to approve this with conditions as well. And I can take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Do we have anyone in the audience today that's either for or against this case today? Please raise your hand so you'll be promoted. See anyone out there? Jared?
I see no raised hands currently.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Taylor, why should we approve your case today?
Yeah, I can speak on that. Yeah, I think this is a good project that we've kind of worked hand in hand with the district and with staff, and even involved kind of the neighborhood with a required public engagement meeting. The school is going to provide additional capacity for the district moving forward. The existing school just is smaller, not meeting those capacity needs right now. So I think it's a good project overall. We don't have any required variances. You know, we've worked with Genevieve and staff to meet all portions of city code. So we feel good about that, and I think just overall good project, and working with Genevieve and staff, we feel good about that. So that's all I have.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions on this project?
I do have a quick question. I noticed on one of the elevations, there's some signage there, the name of the school, Nashua. I just want to be clear that the board is not approving that sign at this time, just the use of and replacement of the existing school with the new.
Mr. Stiller, that is correct. There is a standard condition as well attached to this case that the signage was not reviewed as a part of this, and it will be permitted separately later. So no signage is being approved at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Taylor, there was also a number of conditions that were part of the City Planning Commission. Did you happen to review those, and are those acceptable to you?
We did review those in detail, and we are in agreement with all of those conditions.
Okay, great. Perfect. All right. Board members, anybody else? If not, and by the way, I'm sorry, Mr. Hochstein and the others, do you want to speak, or did Mr. Taylor cover you pretty well on that? Okay, thank you. Okay. Board members? Oh, yeah, Tom, go ahead.
I know this area. Matter of fact, I have a nephew, a great nephew up there. And,
Hey, Tom, you're breaking up.
Improvement. It's a really good school, and yeah, it's my system. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Tom. Say what you had to say. Try it one more time.
Okay, can you hear me?
Kind of choppy, but go ahead.
I just think it's a great addition to the area. It's a great school, and the neighbors all love it. And since I'm a Northlander, I just think it's a great deal for the school.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate your comments. All right, board members. Motion?
Mr. Chair, in case number 31, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Do we have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorence. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed, same sign. The chair votes with that motion. Your motion is approved, or your project is approved. Good luck with the project. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you, board.
All right. Jared, how far do we go down with Najma missing? Do we go down to number 7, I think?
Next case is 4.
4. Okay,
That's
sorry.
me.
Oh, that's you. Sorry. So I'm calling case number 28 with an address of 3033 East 59th Street. Will the participants please raise their hand to be promoted to the meeting?
Okay, and I am promoting a Larice Rainey.
Okay, thank you.
And Larice will need to accept the promotion for it to go through. There,
All right.
looks like she's done so.
She's popping up there, I think. Miss Rainey, we can see you're trying to come in. Perhaps turn on your camera. And there you are. Hello. And could you turn on your microphone too, please? Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. So we only have four board members here today, Miss Rainey. And because of that, you have to get unanimous support from all four of us for your motion to continue to be passed. That means that you could wait for a month till we have five, or we could go ahead and continue and hear your case today. What would you like to do, Miss Rainey?
We'd like to continue.
Perfect. Okay. Let me go ahead and swear you in. So please raise, by the way, who's the gentleman next to you?
This is Mr. Oates. He is also on the special use permit request.
Okay, perfect. So I'll have both you and Mr. Oates raise your right hand to administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Yes.
And please identify yourselves again one more time.
William Oates.
Thank you, Mr. Oates.
Larice Rainey.
Thank you. Ms. Rainey, Mr. Oates, on page of your staff report today. Why do I not see the conditions? All right. Do we have those in there, Jared? Do you know what page they're on?
I'm pulling it up right now, sorry.
Okay. I don't see them readily if they're not.
Page 3?
Not on this one, is it? Isn't this am I on the wrong docket item? I could be.
Yep, it's page 3.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 1 second here. I am on the wrong page. I'm on page 3. I think. So on page 3, there's a listing of exhibits, and it's going to take me a second to get up there to get the numbers. Is it 1 to 8? There it is.
1 to 9.
Thank you. Those are items this board needs to hear your case, things like the PowerPoint and other things. Do we have your approval to admit those for this hearing today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rainey. Those are admitted. And as part of that is the presentation by Mr. Clements on your case. So go ahead, Jared. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Before us, we have docket item number 4. This is case number CDSUP 2022-00028, located at 3033 East 59th Street. Zoning district for this project is R-2.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for a short-term rental operation. They did hold their public engagement meeting per the requirements of the code on July 22nd of 2022.
This is on my.
Ms. Rainey, you're unmuted.
Right.
The operation, it's okay. The operation is currently not advertising as an STR on any short-term rental websites. This is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the
Jared, you're not sharing your screen.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No worries.
1 second. Here you go. Can you see that?
We can. Thank you.
Fantastic. Imagine that this was up while I was reading that last part. So this is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. It's within the boundaries of the Swope area plan. More specifically, it's on 59th Street, just west of the intersection of Walrand Avenue and East 59th Street. So the key points of this case, it's type 2 year-round STR. Staff has received 1 call from a neighbor and they were in support of the project. The applicant has completed the public engagement requirement. The conditions are our typical STR SUP conditions, those being that they must renew the SUP every 3 years and keep their registration up to date. The City Plan Commission did recommend approval with conditions of this project, and there's the 2 conditions there also included. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Jared. Do we have anyone in the audience that's either support or against this case today? Will you please raise your hand to be promoted?
There is nobody raising their hand.
Ms. Rainey and Mr. Oates, why should we approve your short-term, your request today?
Well, we would like to provide a short-term rental for this area. We believe it'll be a good thing for the area and help keep. We'll do a very good job of having tenants, and we'll stay on top of it. We also plan on having Ring cameras, which we're gonna monitor the place from the outside to assure there's no parties and things like that. We just think it's a good idea for that property.
Right. And we will also be on site accordingly for tenant move out and before tenants move in to ensure the property is ready for tenants.
Right.
So it will be kept presentable from the street to the interior,
Perfect.
which it is right now.
Right. Some short-term rentals are getting a bad reputation these days.
Yes, sir.
Do either of you two live near this home?
Yes. Larissa's next door.
I
Exactly.
live
next door.
right next door. I own a home next door.
Okay. So you'd be good eyes to make sure there's not wild parties and things like that. Perfect.
Yes, sir.
And parties are strictly forbidden in our house rules. We'll also have noise monitoring software, which actually monitors the noise. And from the Ring cameras on the outside, we'll be able to see the number of occupants going in and out of the place. So we'll be very diligent to not allow any type of parties. And it's a small property, so the maximum of people allowed will only be 4 people.
Right. Okay. Board members, you have some questions on this case today?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Is this particular, you mentioned a type 2 license, is this one where the process is that the applicants seek 50% of adjoining or close by properties in lieu of going before the BZA?
Correct. They have to achieve 55% of adjacent owner consent in order to not need to go through the special use permit process.
Right, and we've seen multiple conditions where, proximity issues and whatnot, where they weren't like logistically able to get that 55%. In this particular case, why is it that they're not able to achieve the 55%?
We had a couple of neighbors the owners are out of state. And then we did have one neighbor to in the beginning who was not in agreement, but after he attended our public meeting, and by the time that public meeting was over, he kind of had a different perspective.
And I'm one of the other neighbors. I'm right next door.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you for that.
I was curious, are there any other short-term rentals near this property?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Board members, any other questions? And Ms. Rainey or Mr. Oates, any other comments before we call out? You may possibly take a vote. Okay, thank you.
No, sir. No, sir.
All right, sure, thank you. Board members, do I hear a motion in this case? 28.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
in case number 28, I would move that the board grant the request for the special use permit as laid out in the staff report, site plan, and conditions contained therein.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? The chair votes with the motion, and your request has been granted. Good luck with your project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Sure.
everyone.
Sure. It looks like we're dropping down to case number 7. Does that look right to you, Jared? The next two were Najma's. Docket number 7.
I was muted. Sorry about that. It's docket number 11. 7 is Matthew Barnes, who's also in training. 8 was continued, and then the rest are all Najma's until number 11, which is Justin Smith's case.
All right, thank you. Nice. A lot of 10s. Okay. So I'm calling docket number 11, case number 94, with an address of 6010 Northwest Clam Drive. Will you please raise your hand to be promoted? Randy, do you know what page that's on? Are you?
I am promoting a HEBJ1 to a panelist. Whomever this applicant is, hopefully they can change their name to their legal name, or at least state it for the board.
All right.
And docket 11 looks like it's on page 132.
Thank you. 128 now. 32. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. HEBJ1, can you turn on your camera and microphone? There you go, I think. There you go. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Could I have you identify what's your names?
I am Harlan Bowser.
And I'm Karen Bowser.
All right, Mr. and Mrs. Bowser, good morning to you.
Good morning.
We only have 4 board members here today. And because of that, you've got to get unanimous approval from all 4 of us, or we could continue your case for 1 month when we will have 5.
And Mark, sorry
Yes.
to hop in. Special exceptions just need a simple majority of the 4.
Okay.
There's still 1 less board member for that simple majority, but
right.
It's just a small.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, should we continue with your case today, Mr. and Mrs. Bowser?
Yes, please.
Okay. To administer the oath, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Karen Bowser, I do.
Harlan Bowser, I do.
Perfect, thank you. And Mr. and Mrs. Bowser, in your case today, there are some administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 that are on page 3 of the staff report. Do you have any problem for us to administer those items to hear your case?
No.
Okay, great. Those are admitted. And now I've already forgotten who's presenting. Oh, Justin. Yeah. Hey, Justin, would you like to present the case today? Share your screen when you're ready.
All right. Can everybody see that? Hold on.
There you go.
All right. So I'll be presenting docket number 11, CDVZA 2022-00094. As previously stated, this is at 6010 Northwest Clam Drive. The zoning is currently R7.5, and the applicants are looking for a special exception for a fence to exceed the height requirement in the rear and side yard generally located at 6010 Northwest Clam Drive. So the site is in the Northland, west of I-29. To get a closer view, it's going to be in between Clam Drive and Caney Creek Drive on the corner lot right there. The applicant is seeking a fence. So to the left That's where the fence is going to go. And to the right, these are the photos submitted from the applicants. So request A is a special exception of 1.5 feet to the rear yard fence height requirement of 6 feet for a total height of 7.5 feet. We're looking at a 1.5 feet deviation from the requirement. We do not believe this will change the character of the neighborhood. For request B, an exception of 3.5 feet to the side yard fence height requirement of 4 feet for a total height of 7.5 feet. So we're looking for a 3.5 foot deviation from the requirement. And we do not believe this will change the character of the neighborhood. And with that, that will conclude my presentation. And I will end sharing my screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Is there anyone in the audience today who's either for or against this case? If so, please raise your hand and Jared will promote you.
There are currently no members of the audience raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Bowser, tell us why we should approve your case today.
The fence we actually requested was a 6-foot fence, not 7.5, unless I'm misunderstanding the height. But we are both in our 60s. I am retired, and we have a rescue dog that we would like to be able to just let outside in the backyard. We have a large backyard, and it's kind of difficult for us, especially with the winter coming. We're walking her outside 3 or 4 times a day, and in the evening and at night. And also the fence that we're going to put up, if possible, it doesn't block any of the view from Clam or from Chippequin. It doesn't even go to the end of our driveway. And also I have a shed back there. I'm retired from construction and Park Hill, and I have equipment back there that I would like to have a little more secured that's in that shed. And basically that'd be about it. Plus our dog is 2.5 years old, and she could easily jump a 4-foot fence if we put a 4-foot fence up, and we'd like to keep her contained.
Right. What kind of fence are you putting up, Mr. and Mrs. Bowser?
It would be a wood privacy fence.
All right. Any spacing between the slats?
No, there won't be any at all.
Okay.
It's just standard fence. The insides that we will see, the nicer part of the fence will be facing the street.
Okay. Any neighbor objection? Because you know they were notified of this. Did you hear from anybody, or did they come over?
We haven't heard from anyone.
Okay. All right. And hey, Justin, you still with me? Yeah, there. Thank you. So I'm curious about, they said it's a 6-foot fence. I think that's what you said in your proposal too, didn't you, sir?
No, I'm sorry. I did say 7.5 feet, and that's my fault. It's going to be a 6-foot fence.
Okay. All right. So the variance, go ahead, Mr. Stiller, go ahead.
So the variances that they're going to request would be for side yards and for side yard, and the other for the street side yard from 4 feet to 6 feet?
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, it's all the same, except I missed that. I thought it was 7.5 feet from the photo, but it's 6.
Okay.
Okay.
By the way, Mr. Bowser, Mr. and Mrs. Bowser, that helped me because we don't like to give variances to 7.5. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
I thought that was wrong. That's a little too much of a fence.
That's okay. Board members, any other questions for Mr. and Mrs. Bowser? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Looks like Tom had a question.
Oh, sorry, Tom. Or Tom
Friends.
Morris. Tom, you're muted. There he goes. There you
Okay,
go.
can you hear me?
Yes.
this is not gonna in any way block the front entryway or visibility for the police department and the fire department.
Correct. The front entryway is facing Clam, and the fence that we're putting on is on the back side of our house. So no, it will not impede them at all.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Wait, I do have another question.
Sure. Mr. Stiller?
As I'm looking at the diagram with the red or the orange lines, is there any portion of the fence that's in the side yard, or is this not in the rear yard? All of it?
Okay, our neighbor behind us has a fence already in the back. So we're
You're
just
muted.
putting down fence along the sides now.
When I think it's a corner yard or corner
Right.
lot condition is
It's a
the,
corner lot.
Bowser's, you're muted. Can't hear you.
we can hear them. I can hear them.
Oh, shoot.
Think you lost your audio, Tom.
I did lose my audio. I guess I was muted for something, but it's back. So I was asking the question about that because doesn't the rear yard begin at the back facade of the home?
Yes.
Yes.
And if that's the case, then do we need a variance at all?
But it's a corner lot. I think that's why we have to have the variance.
Oh,
That's
that's
what we were
where the
talking-
street side yard
Yep.
comes into play.
Yes.
Right.
So, but what about the other, what is that? The west side? Is there?
No, it has nothing to do with it of blocking anybody. It's just,
That would be not needed a permit if we were to do that side, right? It was just the street side and we wanted to get the permit approved for. Right.
That makes sense now. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions, board members? If not, I'll entertain a motion. And keep in mind about the variance on our report says 7.5. It needs to be brought down to 6.
And also for the motion, it's a special exception.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens.
Yes, with all that input, I would offer a motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
In case number 96, I would move that the board approve a special exception to the fence height of 2 feet for the street side fence consistent with staff report, site plans and diagrams.
All right. And I think I heard you say case number 96 is actually 94. Did I hear that correctly, Randy? Or did
Yeah, I
Is
heard
it
the
down
same
wrong? Yes, then case 94 it is.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that amendment. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your fence is approved and your dog will be happy this winter. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs.
much. We appreciate
Yes,
it.
you will.
Thank you so much, you all. Have a good day.
Sure. Mr. Clemens, I think case number docket 13 is our next one. Do you agree? Or is that, no, that's been continued.
Nope, that's correct. It was continued from August 9th.
And now we're Justin's case, which is docket number 15. Do we all agree on that? Okay. So I'm now calling docket number 15, case number 100115 with an address of 700 Northwest 78th Terrace. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
So I didn't have 13 marked as continued on my end.
Yeah.
13 was not continued. It was continued to this date. I think
Yeah,
maybe
so-
that's what
so-
Mark was saying, but I think it's okay to skip it. I was gonna
Okay.
say we might want to skip it because it appears that the applicant isn't in the attendees list
Okay.
anyway, so I'll give them a call during this.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Situation.
I was looking, my next sheet had a big X next to it. Okay.
Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and promote a Chris Coors who has their hand raised in the attendees list. I'm guessing that's the applicant for this case.
Thank you. And one other comment. So I'm going to pause that other case, right? Mr. Clemens, docket number 13.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Coors, are you, I gotta see if you're lit up yet.
I have invited them. I think they'll need to accept it. Looks like they've accepted it,
I did get down to that case on my screen. Give me a second here.
and they are in the meeting, it looks like. Mr. Coors, if you'd like to turn on your camera and microphone.
Almost down there, case number 15. There it is. All
Hello.
right. Hello, Mr. Coors. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So we have 4 board members here today, and these 4 need to, let me see, is this special? Sorry. You need to get approval from all of us for this case to proceed, I think. Yes. And otherwise it will fail if someone doesn't like it. Do you want us to go ahead and hear your case today with the 4 board members?
I have faith. I say we'll go ahead.
All right, good. And I need to administer, I don't think I administered the oath to you. Sorry. Will you raise your right hand and be sworn
Yes.
in? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
Please identify yourself for the court reporter.
Chris Coors.
Great, thank you. Justin, please share your screen and tell us about the case today. Oh, by 1 second, Justin, I'm sorry. Mr. Coors, we have to admit some administrative exhibits. They are found on page 4, I think. Yeah, page 4, and they're labeled 1 to 9. And those are things like Justin's case before us today. Do you have a problem with us admitting those 9 items?
No, no problem.
Perfect. Thank you. Those are admitted. Justin, you're in charge. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and share my screen. We're looking at docket item number 15, CDBZA 2022-00115. Location is at 700 Northwest 78th Terrace. It's going to be an R 7.5 zoning, and we're looking for an approval of a variance to the accessory structure square footage requirement and the accessory structure siding requirement to allow for future structure to come into compliance. So for the site, it's in the Northland, just north of Gladstone. This is on a corner lot, right off the highway on 78th and North Summit Street. Just to be a little more brief, the reason we're doing this is because we do define this. It looks like the side yard, but we're defining it as the front yard. So it's going to need the variance for that. Here are the plans and where it will go. You can see it's right in that side yard that is defined as a front yard. So variance A is a variance of the square footage requirement for the accessory detached garage. We're looking for a variance of 84 square feet. 800 square feet is the requirement. We do not believe this will change the character of the neighborhood. Variance B would be variance to the accessory structure siding standards to allow for a detached accessory structure in the front yard. We're going to need a complete deviation in this request. We do not believe it'll change the character of the neighborhood. And with that, I will complete my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Justin, one more comment. Can you show the site plan again where it shows where this home is located? I missed it. I'm sorry. You showed it.
Sorry about that.
Nope, I just wasn't looking.
So it's
yeah,
right north of Gladstone.
Right. And next page, please. Thanks. All right, hold that just for a second.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Right. And do we have any members in the audience today who are either for or against this case? Will you please raise your hand to be promoted? And Mr. Clements will tell us if we have anybody.
And we do not have anyone raising their hand in the audience currently.
Thank you. Mr. Coors, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Well, I wanted to mention one thing real quick too. The proposal that I have, the structure we're wanting to build is proposed to be 24 foot by 32 foot, which is in fact 768 square foot, which should be under that 800 square foot requirement. So I wanted to mention that.
All right. Justin, does that change things? Mr. Smith?
That would change. It would go under the 800-foot requirement. So I do apologize on that again.
It's all right, no worries.
So they would not need that variance A.
Mr. Kors, you pretty sure about your measurements?
I am positive, sir.
All right. So in that case, I'm not sure we need to hear this case, do we?
Well, there was still the citing of
Oh,
it.
the side yard, thank you.
Variance B.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
I'm
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
I missed that. All right. So again, Mr. Kors, why should we approve your case today? Thank you for that representation of the new building size. Go ahead.
Well, I feel that, and the homeowner, my client is not available at the meeting today, but I feel that, in speaking with her and her husband, that they're really confused as to why this would be considered the front yard when their front door is facing the street that their mailing address is actually listed on. And where our proposed building site is obviously on the west side of the property, which is on the side of the home. So I think that's, there was some confusion there, and I'm not really understanding why that wouldn't be accepted. And we feel like we're plenty away from any property lines over there as well.
I believe it has to do with the side yard, or am I wrong about that? Justin, would you please comment to Mr. Kors? Thank you.
Yeah, the side yard is longer than the front yard, so we're defining that as the front yard, and that's why they need the variance.
All right. Does that answer your concern, Mr. Kors?
I believe it does, yes.
All right. So tell us why we should approve the case today.
Well, I would, ask the board to take into consideration the fact that, we, even with the side yard being longer, we, the homeowner and myself still consider that as being the side yard and not the front yard, but they are wanting to, improve their property by adding this addition there. And I think that's, it's going to be a great, asset to them and for, future value and future resale of this property as well, because we have proposed also a connecting driveway to this new accessory structure. They have a current driveway that kind of runs along that side of the house already, and we would just be adding a connecting driveway and an approach to this new garage we're wanting to build.
All right. Any living space above the garage?
No, none whatsoever. It's going to be a truss framed roof. There's not even going to be storage up there. It's going to be just strictly for vehicles.
Okay. All right. Board members, you have some questions for Mr. Kors?
I have a question. Kind of scanning through the drawings, there is an upper and a lower level to this garage. Am I seeing that correctly?
No, sir. This is just a single story garage. No upper level to this one.
Just slab on grade. Okay.
Yep. I do have, I have another, oh, that one's a single level as well. No, I do have another permit application outstanding with the city of Kansas City, I believe, for another garage that might have an upper level, but that is not this case here.
Okay.
And I'm looking at let me see if I'm on the right case. I'm looking at sheet S400.
Should be page 162, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, 162 shows, I'm seeing a section there that's got 2 levels.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the foundation plan and the main level plan and the roof level. I didn't look at it. Oh yeah, I think that's just probably a standard section. It's probably thrown in.
I think that's what that was, sir. I believe that the engineer that created the plans, they have a sheet on there that has some standard engineering things that they put on there that really aren't specific to this particular plan.
Okay. I also noticed on, I think it was G100, they've got, I think maybe dimensions that that Mr. Smith looked at, that does have it at 884 square feet. So if you would just confirm the dimensions that you're going to build were the smaller dimensions of what?
The 24 by 32 foot, 24 foot wide and 32 foot deep.
24, 32. Okay.
Yep,
very
that
good.
would be correct, sir. Yeah, but I'll have to check into that. I apologize for that confusion. I might have to get that correction made to those plans.
Yeah, it says 34 by 26 on the site plan currently.
Okay.
Well, from these plans, you could build, looks like a multitude of different garages.
Right. Yeah, I'll make sure and get that clarified.
No one in the audience?
Yeah, one thing, just a comment about the siding of it, given that it's on if I'm getting the direction right, it's on the west side of the house, which is also a dead end road. So the visibility at this particular location is minimal compared to if it were more toward the center of a block and surrounded by neighbors.
And I might add, if I could, that, to add to what Mr. Stiller had just mentioned, that there is a heavy tree line with a creek that runs through it that divides that side lot from Summit Street, as well as, some other foliage and other trees, out towards that front west corner of the house that kind of adds to that limited visibility of the new structure.
Good. Mr. Kors, I'm guessing the outside will match the existing home in terms of materials.
That is correct. Yeah, materials, color, and everything. Yep.
Right.
It's always our goal to make it look like it's always been there.
Right. Okay.
And Mr. Cruz, you're the applicant, but not the property owner.
That is correct. I'm the general contractor.
Okay, and I'm zipping through the staff report here. Do we have an affidavit for Mr. Cruz to speak on behalf of the property owner?
Mr. Kors, usually there's an affidavit that's got to be signed by the property owner that allows you to speak on their case.
And I apologize. I'm not sure that I was aware of that. I did send in an affidavit or upload an affidavit to Compass, but I believe that it had that was concerning the sign posting on the property of the variance. I don't believe that was concerning, speaking on the homeowner's behalf. So I was not aware of that. I'm sure somebody had sent that information to me, but I apologize. I don't believe that I sent that.
All right.
I do know that
we may subject if it's approved today, we may subject that to you getting that signed affidavit, usually within 5 to 7 days of
perfect
our meeting.
Not a problem.
Justin, do you see anything in the file on that? He didn't have one.
No, I think it's just the mailing labels.
Okay, great. Okay. All right. Well, board members, if you were to make a motion, remember we've got a new. We don't need variance A at this point, but we do need the other variances. And I'll entertain a motion you want to. Anybody?
Mr. Chair, in case number 15, I move the applicant's request be granted for variance B, omitting variance A, and with the updated size requirements as indicated by the applicant.
Great. And I think I heard you say 15, but I think you meant to say 115, I believe.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Docket 15, case number 115. Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
And would we want to qualify that contingent upon receipt of the affidavit within the 5 to 7 day time period?
Yes.
That's great. So we have a motion. Do we have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you. And all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. Your project is approved, and be sure you get that affidavit to us in the next 5 to 7 days.
I will do it. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much. Have a great day, sir. Thank
You as well. Thank you.
So my
Mr.
wife
Evans,
says,
yeah, we're at our break time.
okay, great. We we need to give staff and everyone a little 5-minute or so break. Is 5 minutes enough, everybody, or do we need to give 10, Jared? I can't remember what the ruling is for the staff.
I think 5 to 10 is fine with me.
Yeah. All right. So so we'll.
Thanks
why
to
don't we
them
just-
showing
like
10
really
minutes.
10:17. So why don't we meet back here at 10:25? Perfect. Thank you very
10:25.
much. Pause the meeting till then. Thank you. You know, Randy, I probably should be giving 15-minute breaks, shouldn't I?
You know, it is what it is.
I'm sorry. I get focused, so I'm sorry. But I'll do at the afternoon break, we'll give it 15, okay?
You're a bad man.
I hated to cut you off there. I think you were going to note about the breaks, but my reminder on my calendar came up to remind others to take a break. So I thought I would interject at that time.
And did we do a 45-minute? What did we do on lunches? Do you guys recall? What did we
30.
do? 30? Jared? Is it 30?
30 will be great. We recently had a change in policy among staff members where we are required now to take a lunch during the middle of the day. What we're doing is staggering our shifts with some. Najma and Matt will be taking over when we take lunch. And so we'll still have the board's 30-minute lunch, but there'll be kind of a different shift upon our return. And then we'll come back after we're done with lunch and then resume normal.
And then in the afternoon, we'll do 15 minutes. I just apologize. All right, who we missing? Who we missing? We miss anybody?
Looks like we've got the board. We've got the reporter.
All right, we're calling after our break, we're calling it back into session, the Board of Zoning Adjustment for September 22nd. And I think the next case is docket number 16 with an address of 654 West 69th Terrace.
Sorry, Mr. Evans. I believe we were going to go back and do 13.
Oh, you want to go back and do 13? Sure.
The applicant is in the attendees list. I did speak with them.
Thank you. So the one we paused, the case we're calling at this point is docket number 13. Docket 13, case number 97 with an address of 3715 Denton Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
Go. This is I know that it's Larry Woolridge. Their screen name is Owner. I'm promoting them to a panelist now. Larry,
Great.
Mr. Woolridge will need to accept the promotion, and it looks like they have.
Hey, Randy, do you know what page?
I am, 142.
Thank you. Mr. Denton, is he online?
I've got 141.
Well, close enough.
I was already rolling through the piece there, but yeah.
There we go. Perfect.
In motion.
Yeah. All right. All right. Did I see him yet? Hold on here. Where'd he go?
So it's Owner, but it's
Owner. There he
Larry
is.
Woolridge, and they need to turn on their microphone and camera.
There you go. All right. Turn your camera down just a shade, but that's okay. There you are. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to y'all. Thank you for having me.
Great. We're here on your case today. And before we do anything, I need to swear you in, and then I got to tell you about our staff. So please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Larry Woolridge, and I do.
Perfect. Thank you. Sir, we only have 4 board members here today, so that means we've got to get approval from all of us for your case to be approved. We'll have 5 next month, we think. So you could pause your case for a month, or we could go ahead and hear it today. What would you like us to do?
I'd like to continue.
Perfect, Larry. Thank you. Let's see. So as part of your case, we have exhibits labeled 1 to 10. They're on page 4 of your case today. There are things like notice of the hearing, staff reports, things like that. Do you have any problem with us hearing your case today?
No, I do not have a problem.
Great, thank you. Those are admitted. And next is we're going to have, Jared, is this yours? Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Clemens, please present your case and share your screen. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for the screen sharing reminder. So before us, we have docket item number 13. This is case number CDBZA 2022-00097, located at 3715 Denton Road, zoning district R-7.5. We did hear this case last month. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the accessory structure siting standards to allow for a garage to be built in the front yard. To remind the board of what was asked of the applicant, they wanted to ensure that the applicant combined the lots of the county in order to build the garage, should this be applicant has done so. In that time span, we also identified a second variance that is necessary. That's a principal building rear yard setback variance. So I will go through that as well now. So this is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. This is the applicant's site plan for the garage. You can see the previous lots here. The yellow line is no longer in existence as the lots were combined. That was the board's concern. That's for the garage. These are the case factors for the garage. It's a complete deviation to allow for the garage to be in the front yard. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance. To remind the board also, there was a variance case that allowed for this home to be built within the rear yard setback, which will become necessary to understand for the second part. You can see here is, excuse me, this is the previous variance case that granted them to allow them to build their home within the rear yard setback. They also have an addition application before the permits division, and because it's an addition onto the principal structure that has a variance and it is also within the rear yard setback, it needs a variance as well, the area highlighted in yellow there. So these are the Missouri case factors for that variance. It's a 17-foot variance. 30 feet are required by code. There's 13 feet remaining. It is matching the existing structure. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance. With that, I will conclude my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you might have about the case.
Thank you, Jared. All right, do we have anyone in the audience either for or against this case today? Please raise your hand.
There's currently nobody in the audience with their hand raised.
Mr. Woolridge, why should we approve your case today? I remember your case from a few weeks ago or a few months ago. Thank you. Come on back and tell us why.
Yeah, thank you, Jared, for your help there. I appreciate it. Very well presented. The addition structure is actually further away from the back set boundary than the previous variance allowed. So I'm hoping that the 8-foot addition does not change the original variance at all. The garage, being the setback on the house, which was previously approved, does not allow for any buildings behind the structure. And the creek line running through the property also prevents putting a garage up there. So that's the selected place that we've think we can make it look really nice, and I'd like for your approval.
Thank you, sir. Board members, some comments on this? So we do have the lots combined. Is that right, Mr. Woolridge?
Yes, sir. All 5 lots are now combined through the county, and I sent Jared a copy from the county stating that.
Great. In your rear yard, I can't remember, is it just wooded back there, beyond there, or is there neighbors back there? Do they have any complaints?
No, I have no complaints. As a matter of fact, the neighbor to the rear, Bill, is excited that we have taken over. They'd used that property as a chop shop, and it was filled with car bodies, stolen bicycles, you name it. I've had all that removed. I've worked with the city and the police department to make sure that the disposal of the vehicles that was left there was properly taken care of. the neighborhood is excited because I'm bringing what was a problem residence and making it a viable home in the neighborhood in which I will live.
Right. Thank you. Board members, any other questions for Mr. Woolridge? Okay. Motions?
Mr. Chair, in case number 97, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The chair votes with that motion. Your project is approved, Mr. Woolridge. Best wishes to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
Sure.
Thank you, Jared.
Sure. All right. And now we're going to jump up to docket number 16 with an address of 654 West 69th Terrace. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
Promoting a Mark Gromowski and a Dwayne Hodges.
All right. Thank you. And I've got to get up to that page here, just a second.
166.
Thank you very much. All right. All right, I'm there now. There we go. All right, Dwayne Hodges and Mr. Gromowski. Good morning, Mr. Gromowski and Mr. Hodges. We have only 4 board members here today, and that means you've got to get unanimous approval for your project to go forward. Do I have, who's going to speak on the case today?
I believe Mark will do most of the speaking.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gromowski, are you okay with us proceeding forward with just 4 members, or would you like to postpone for a month to get 5? That way you could have a negative vote and still proceed on.
Yeah, I'm good moving forward with 4.
Okay, great. I need to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please say your name. Say your name and identify yourself to the court reporter.
I, Mark Gromowski, do.
I, Dwayne Hodges.
Great. Mr. Hodges, I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So, sorry, I've got to figure out who's presenting today.
It's me.
So Larissa?
Yep.
Oh, Larissa, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Larissa, could you share your screen and tell us tell us about the case today? Thank you. Wait, I didn't do the exhibits. Hold on. Mr. Gromowski, we have a list of 9 exhibits that we need to hear your case today. They're on page 3 of the staff report. And these are standard things that we need before we can hear your case. Do we have your approval to admit these exhibits to your case?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is the presentation by Miss Larissa. And thank you very much, Larissa. Share your screen and tell us about the case.
All right. So this is case number BZA 2022-00117. Located at 654 West 69th Terrace, zoned R6. And the applicant is seeking approval of a rear yard setback variance. And then during the review, we found that we would include the side yard setback to bring the existing house and the proposed addition into compliance as well. This is the location of the site in relation to the rest of the city. And then here's just an aerial showing where it's located on West 69th Terrace. So the first variance, variance A, is for a 4.25 foot rear yard setback, as seen here. And then variance B is a side yard setback of up to 4 feet. And that's for the corner right here of the existing house. And that would include allowing this, the new garage addition to be in compliance as well. And then here is the elevation showing that the garage is attached to the principal dwelling unit. And in the R6 district, the code requires a 30-foot setback for the lot. And I did take the average of the lot because of the odd shape. So the lot length is 123.11 feet. So the proposed addition is 4.25 feet from the rear lot line. So they're requesting a 25.75 foot setback, or sorry, variance. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and it cannot be obviated by a method other than a variance. For variance B, in the R6 district, again, I took the average because it's an odd shape. So for a 71-foot lot, the required side yard is 7.1 feet, and they're requesting a 4-foot distance from the property line. So they're requesting a 3.1 foot variance. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and it can't be obviated by a method other than a variance. And then here's just a slide showing the language found in the code for each variance. And that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions if you have them.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have anyone in the audience today who's either for or against this motion? If they're there, please raise your hand to be promoted.
Currently, there are no hands raised in the audience.
All right, Mr. Gromowski, why should we approve your case today? That's quite a bit of variance you're asking for, sir.
Yeah, so, well, first off, we have 4 young children, and so when we went to our current garage is beyond repair. It's got extensive wood rot, and the concrete is breaking up so badly on the floor that it's almost unusable. And so when we went to look into replacing that, due to the 4 young kids, we just felt like moving it from the back right corner of our yard to the back left corner and attaching it would provide convenience and safety factors, and so we'd get the benefits there. I know it sounds like we're asking for a big variance, but our existing garage is already very close to the back right and side yard, and our house is it's already very close to our side yard as well. So it seemed to make sense to us, and to the neighbors that we talked to, they didn't have a problem with it either. They're excited that we're improving it and moving forward with it.
Right. And Mr. Gromowski, is that a corner lot there at Valley and 69th Terrace? Is that a corner lot or right next to it?
Ours is not a corner. We're right next to the corner lot.
All right. Okay. Mr. Hodges, you have some comments for us?
No, other than to restate what he said about with the building, the detached garage they have now, which is unusable. It is closer to the rear property and the side property but on the opposite side of what we're going to do. Right. And so, and it's that lot is really tough to work with. So.
All right. Board members, do you have some comments or questions for either Mr. Hodges or Mr. Gromowski?
You noted that you spoke with a couple of neighbors. Are everybody kind of on board with this approach, at least the adjoining lots?
Yeah, everyone's excited. I think most people are kind of in the same position we're in. Either they've already updated their garage or theirs is in similar condition to ours. Just kind of the nature of the neighborhood. I have no idea when this garage was built. It was a long time ago, obviously. And so I think everyone's pretty understanding about that aspect of it. And almost everyone on our block has a detached garage back in the corner of the yard.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? No, Mr. Gorens. Yes, sir.
I have a question for him, for Mark. Is the old garage down already, or are you leaving it up until the new one comes up?
It's still up, and the plan, I believe, Dwayne, correct me if I'm wrong, is to leave that up until the new one is up and then take that down after.
Okay.
Yeah. Immediately after.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Doesn't relate to the case, Mr. Hodges. Are you putting a coating on the garage floor? Or is it just going to be plain concrete?
It's going to be plain concrete.
Just ask. All right, board members. Any other questions, motions, whatever?
Mr. Chair, I offer a motion on case number 117. I move that the board grant the variance consistent with the staff report and site plan.
Perfect. I have a second. Anyone?
Second.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The chair votes with this motion and your project is approved. I look forward to seeing the construction trucks as I don't live too far away from you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hodges and Mr.
Thank you, everybody.
See you. Bye-bye, guys. All right. We're jumping down. Najma's not here. So we have Mr. Clements on the sign case. I'm calling case number 18 or docket number 18, case number 120 with an address of 612 West 47th Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
Page 184.
Thank you. You're the best.
So I'm seeing a Scott Hushin, a Britta Claire, and a Nick Capo. I will be promoting them. I'm not sure which of those is part of the applicant team. I anticipate there'll be some testimony on this case as well. So we might need to be sure who's applicant.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Scott Hushin. I'm with Infinity Sign representing Chiefs Fit.
Okay, stand by just for a second, Scott. Who else do we have? There we go. We have Nick, looks like Mr. Capo. And is there a third person I heard?
Hi, I'm Britta Claire with Chiefs Fit.
All right, thank you. Those are the three representatives, it looks like. Who's the spokesman today, ladies and gentlemen?
That would be me.
All right, Scott. In your case today, we only have 4 board members. That means you must have unanimous approval from all of us or your case will not go through. You can push this case to next month when you have 5 board members and at that point you could have a negative and then your case would still pass. Do you want to hear with 4 of us or would you rather wait till next month?
I would like to hear with 4 of us, please.
All right. All right. So I'm going to swear you in. Do you, for this for all 3 of you, please raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? If you please turn on your microphones and state your name, and if you do or don't affirm. Thank you. Go ahead.
Scott Hushin, I do.
Thank you.
Britta Claire, I do.
Nick Capo, I do.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. All right. In your case today, there's exhibits numbered 1 to 10. They're on page 3 of the staff report. The board needs to have those exhibits admitted so we can hear your case today. There are things like the staff reports and qualifications and things like that. These are standard items. Do I have your approval to admit those for this case?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is the staff introduction to this, and that is Mr. Clements. Jared, please share your screen and tell us about the case.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chairman Ebbets. So before us, we have docket item number 18. This is case number CD-BZA-2022-00120, located at 612 West 47th Street, also known as the Jack Henry Building. The zoning district is B4-5, and the applicant is seeking approval of variances to sign-related square footage requirements, specifically the projecting sign square footage requirements. Location of the subject site. It is within the plaza, within the Midtown Plaza area plan. This is an image of the subject site with the proposed signage shown to the left there. There is going to be a sign that projects towards the west and a sign that projects towards the south on the Jack Henry building, or that is what is proposed. So this slide depicts the proposed signage. The applicant team is proposing two 26 square foot signs, 14 square feet larger than the allowed 12 feet. They will be internally illuminated. And so these are the Missouri case factors. This is variance A for the western elevation. It's 14 square feet. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. This is for variance B, the southern elevation. The case factors are much the same. 14 square feet. Substantial change is not to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. With that, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone in the audience today that's either in support or in opposition of this sign case today? Please raise your hand so Jared can promote you.
I am promoting a Robert Martin, a Matt Fuoco, and that appears to be the two folks raising their hand. There are no other raised hands at this time.
Okay. All right. I see Mr. Martin. Oh, there he is. There's Matt. All right. So I'm going to swear you both in, and then we'll hear from Scott, and then we'll take questions and or comments. By the way, sirs, are you in support or opposition? Mr. Martin, you go first.
Opposition.
And Mr. Foucault?
Yes,
are
we're
you?
in opposition.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm going to swear you both in now. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes.
Say your name, Mr. Martin.
Robert Martin, yes.
Matt?
Matt Fuco, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Scott, why should we approve your case today? It's kind of a big variance, but why should we approve your case?
Good morning. I appreciate you guys hearing our case today. As you know, this building has been recently renovated, and there is a new tenant that's moved in, which is Chiefs Fit, which is providing a workout facility for the neighboring community and apartments and condos in the area. In relationship to the blade sign, we're asking for two blade signs, one on the west elevation and one on the south elevation, due to the location of this property, pedestrian traffic and vehicle traffic. It's pretty hard to determine where the entrance is to this property, and these blade signs will help with that. One of them facing up and down the street on Jefferson, and also facing east-west on 47th Street. There are similar blade signs in this neighborhood that have been approved previously by this board. One of them being the Ocean Prime, which was mentioned in the opposition letter, which is over twice the size of what this blade sign would be. These blade signs would be. I'd also like to mention that they will allow a 40 square foot blade sign on the radical corner, which means it comes out at a 45-degree angle from the building, but it's not viewable from the directions that we need to attract the attention and the safety concerns for people merging, trying to park, find out exactly where this entrance is at. So with that, I'll be open to any questions or concerns or comments.
Sir, are both signs 9 foot tall, so to
Yeah.
speak?
Yes, sir.
All right.
They're they're 9 foot by 2'8" wide.
Right. And I saw in the presentation, not for BCA approval, but is there a sign on the upper part of that facility, on the top part of the garage? I believe that is.
That is correct. There is a sign that is up there and that runs parallel with the traffic flow. So it's not visible from a vehicle or pedestrians unless you're looking straight up.
Right. Of course, you had a small banner that they threw down on Red Friday, which everyone saw. It's kind of, the windows in this picture that we're looking at in the presentation, it's pretty obviously a Chiefs, not necessarily an organization, but you see a lot of red in the windows. And Justin, are any blade signs allowed here? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Or Jared, I'm sorry, Jared.
What was the question, or any blade signs?
Would one blade sign be allowed, or are they both not allowed?
So the blade signs are allowed, just only at 12 square feet. Is that the question?
So they could have two blade signs, is that right, at 12 square feet with no variance?
Yes, they could have 2 blade signs at 12 square feet with no variance. They could also, the code also allows for 1 radially mounted projecting sign at 40 square feet.
Okay.
And the reason for the size increase is due to visibility with actually reading the sign. A 12 square foot sign, you'd hardly be able to see that many.
Right. Okay.
And I believe that this sign is architecturally congruent with the developed area there.
Right. The western exposure, I kind of understand. The south exposure, the one pointing towards the south, I just feel like you don't need to put another sign there. You've already got one on the top part of the building. All the windows are covered in red.
The windows are not covered in red. That is some ambient lighting from inside, inside the space.
Right.
The south elevation sign you cannot see unless you're looking straight up at it, nor will the vehicle traffic be able to turn into the parking areas and whatnot and park.
Right.
And be properly identified across 47th Street.
Right. All right. Board members, you have questions, then I'll get to the Mr. Martin, Mr. Foucault, just a second.
I have a question for Jared. What's the minimum height from grade that these signs could be mounted? I guess, and are you only occupying those upper floors of the building? Is that why you're putting the sign at that level as opposed to maybe a smaller sign, but closer to grade?
That is correct.
Give me one moment, Randy, and I will let you know. It's, I believe, right over here in the code. I have to go look it up.
And there's no signage for anybody else in the building below where this sign would go, right?
Not at this time.
So I guess it may not matter, Jared, if they're only looking to place the sign at the height of where they're occupying the space. My thought was if there was an opportunity to move it lower and make it smaller, it could still be visible, but have less of a variance requirement. But if that's not a possibility, then that comment is null.
It's kind of based on that entrance being on that second level. If I lower that blade sign, it's going to be kind of down in that walkway here. And also by the stairs going up there.
But isn't that where people would be entering? Isn't that what you?
It's right above, directly right above the entrance.
But wouldn't you want the sign to be closer? So as a pedestrian is walking through that space, they would see it? Because if it's, 15 feet up, are they really going to experience the sign anyway? And at that point, it's probably more for passing vehicles and less for pedestrians.
As far as walking up and down Jefferson, yes, that is the ideal location, and the same for the east-west traffic on 47th Street. We've studied this and been by there several times and taken pictures, and that is the best viewing angle for both vehicle and pedestrian on both those streets.
All right. And Scott, another question from Illuminated 24/7?
No, this will be on a controlled circuit to illuminate just in the evening hours.
And what do you call evening, sir?
Dark till sunrise.
So it's on basically 24/7. It's on
No,
all night.
it's on all night. Yes, but not 24/7. It will be on a controlled circuit.
Okay.
A couple of comments. I'm just one board member, but I'm really struggling for some support documents. I understand, by language, the issues with sight lines and visibility, but you haven't given me any pictures, any diagrams, anything to support, the issues you're trying to overcome with size and location. You mentioned other signs in the area, but I don't have any evidence of that presented here for us now. So it's putting me in a difficult spot to make a good decision because of just a fundamental lack of support documents for your position.
Is that something that we could provide to you, showing you the different angles up and down the street?
Yes, absolutely. I know you mentioned it, so I was thinking, well, yeah, if you could share those, it would be very helpful.
Okay. Jared,
Scott, go ahead. I want to, before you comment on that, if you have other documents to present, we may have to continue the case. But I'd still like to hear from the opposition. And the other sign case that we had on Ocean Prime, there were lots of other supporting documents that were supplied in that case. But in the meantime, I'd like to hear from Mr. Martin and then Mr. Foucault, please. Mr. Martin, your comments, sir?
Hi, thanks so much for the opportunity to speak. And I should say I'm Robert Martin. I'm the president of the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association, which is directly north of this building and the plaza as a whole. I'm a homeowner at 4646 Broadway, just a block north of 47th Street. So I want to, we wrote a letter as the board of the Plaza Neighborhood Association. Sorry about that.
That's me.
Yeah, that's no problem. But I want to speak not only to the letter that we wrote, which was pretty detailed in trying to point out that the warrant for these signs, as you brought up, is not made in multiple ways. So that letter's pretty specific about that. But I want to raise the more general issue, and that is that the neighborhood really needs to count on the city to uphold regulations and enforce city code. And this application in particular seems rather small and insignificant. And the question is raised, what difference would this variation make in and of itself? But as we live right north of the plaza, we're in the plaza every single day. We love it. We want the plaza to succeed. We want this business to succeed. But we also need the code to be upheld for the sake of the common good and for the sake of our future. The main issue here then is precedence. What comes after this decision? Our letter sets forth the argument that the applicant has not demonstrated a need for a larger sign, except that they want more people to notice it. They've not demonstrated that the variance is the minimum required, and they haven't demonstrated an unnecessary hardship that they didn't exact upon themselves. And there's no injustice to be talked about in this case. Because the application doesn't meet any of the requirements for a variance established by city code, if this variance is granted, then every other business is incentivized to enlarge their signs without demonstrating any of the requirements established by code. In this case, the exception today sets the rule for everyone else tomorrow, for them to do the same and to request even larger variances. Upholding the rule of law sets the expectation that everyone should follow the law. It cultivates an environment that's fair and consistent for residents and businesses alike. We urge the BZA to stay consistent with the code, uphold it, and enforce it, especially in these seemingly small and insignificant matters, because it really does matter in the long run. So with that, I'll close and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Foucault, your comments.
Thank you, Chairman Ebbets. Apologize for being a little bit under the weather, so I will be pretty brief. I think Robert summed up our position quite well. I think this, as you've sort of alluded to, is more of a marketing play more than anything else at this point. We saw an unpermitted banner draped over the entire structure a few weeks ago. There's no doubt this building is prominently located in the heart of the Plaza, 47th Street right there. You can't miss the building from pretty much any direction. Mr. Hudson mentioned that you have to look up to see the sign, but if you just stand across the street, you know that this is the building. So to have such an oversized wayfinding sign really does not make sense to us, nor do we think it warrants a variance. Directly in line with the Prime Social and Ocean Prime case, which you were on, and you recall we were against the size of the sign. We did concede that it was a different set of circumstances in that those signs did serve a legitimate wayfinding purpose because the building was recessed from the plaza. The entrances were not adjoining the main thoroughfare. The parking garage was in such a position that they needed to identify where patrons would go. It's really the exact opposite of the case that you have before you, where the Jack Henry building is prominently placed on the main corner of the center of the plaza. So I think those are just the points that I wanted to make. I think Robert laid out the rest of them. So we just would request that this be denied.
Mr. Foucault, are you representing some association, or are you just on your own to help?
I apologize. I'm also with the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association Board of Directors. Okay. And I'm a resident that lives at 46 in Jefferson.
So you're Westport Plaza, Mr. Martin. Are you West Plaza, or are you Westport Plaza? Which one are you?
So we're Plaza Westport, just north of the plaza.
Yes. Okay. There's another association, Due West.
That's right.
Takes over. So I was wondering about
That's
that.
right.
All right. Scott, what's your comments?
What my comments are, we are trying to obviously respect the residents and everything in the area. This sign would not require a variance or encroachment or anything if we did put this on the radical corner, which would be a much larger sign at 40 square foot. And keeping with the architecture and everything of the building, and obviously what I stated earlier about the visibility, that it wouldn't read very well, but the option that we have submitted here today would be a much better option as far as the public's visibility for the sidewalk exposure and traffic. Okay. And I just wanted to let them know, I mean, we could have moved forward with the 40 square foot blade sign on the radical corner, which comes out of the 45, which is much larger.
Okay. Um, I'm torn. So I think the 9-foot height is bothersome to me. And Mr. Stiller said that we really don't have much evidence of why we should grant this variance. No other plans and artist renderings, things like that. So I'm not sure that you may want to continue this for a month. I just hear opposition in the case. So, and I understand you could put in a radical sign, so 90 square feet, according to what I just heard from Mr. Clements.
40 square foot.
Okay, 40 square feet. Yes, sir. And of course, by code, that would be allowed, and we can't make any judgments on that. So,
do you happen to have any of the other supporting evidence right now that we could admit as additional exhibits to have that conversation, or would you prefer to wait to?
I don't have anything available right now. I can put that together for you guys. And my technical savviness will not allow me to do that at this point. I would like to defer to Britta, who is also on this call, to let her make that decision, being that she is the client.
Okay.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, we can put together some documents and then continue the case at the next hearing.
Right. I just hear opposition, Ms. Flower, and I even feel, I think the Ocean Prime sign was scaled down from their initial presentation to us. So I'm not trying to use them as support for your case, but they did come back with a smaller signage, smaller square foot. So,
well, that was what they did, but they ended up getting approved at 18'9" tall by 3 foot wide, which is over twice the size of these signs.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree. And Mr. Foucault made that comment earlier about location, things like that.
Sure.
So, yes,
And Chairman Ebbets, I apologize if I might just also mention, we did reach out to Mr. Clements, indicating that we were willing to speak with the applicants, and we never received any comments back from them prior to this hearing. So I just wanted it on the record that we did notify city staff that we had an interest in speaking with the applicant.
Okay.
And I assume that desire remains.
Yes. So at this point, I guess I'd like to request a continuance so I can get some more information for you guys to look at and consider.
And do reach out to the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association so they can give you some comments as well.
Absolutely.
We'd like to hear a lot of support for your case, not a lot of opposition. I do this, I've been doing this for 10 years or so I got to know. All right, board members, it sounds like they'd like to continue this to the October 11 docket. Is 1 month enough, sir, or do you need 2 months?
1 month will be plenty.
All right.
Well, and to clarify, it's not a full month either, since we're at the end of our.
Oh, that's right.
End of this month, so it's only a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. You're right.
I think that would be ample time for me to get what I need to do and hopefully meet with the Plaza Neighborhood Association.
Perfect. All right. Do I have a motion to move this case to October 11 to continue this case?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed, same sign. The chair votes with this motion. We'll see you in a couple weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. How are we doing on time, Randy? Yeah, okay. 15. All right. Najma, then they'll see. Yeah, he's here. So we're going to call docket number 19, case number 121 with an address of 719 North Gladstone Boulevard, I think. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
I am promoting a Joel Avidia.
Where is he? Almost. There it is. Hello. Good morning. So we have two people. I only have one name. So please introduce yourselves.
Joel Avidia.
Thank you. And?
Joel Avidia Jr.
Ah, okay. Gentlemen, we only have 4 board members here today. And that means we've got to get approval from a majority of them. Yeah, all of them. Otherwise, your case will fail. Do you want us to proceed with our 4? Or do you want to wait to October 11, where we think we were going to have 5?
We could proceed.
Okay, thank you. Let's swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
And state each name. Say I do in each name.
Joel Avidia Jr. Yes, I do. Joel Avidia Sr. Yes, I do.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. In your case today, sir, we have a listing of docket or administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Those have bearing on your case, and we need those in order to hear your case today.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is the presentation, and we're going to have Larissa present that to us today. Good morning, Larissa, again. Thank you.
Good morning again. Let me share my screen and we'll get started. All right. This is for case number BZA 2022-00121 at 719 Gladstone Avenue. Is located in the R6 zoning district, and the applicant is seeking approval of a 1,260 square foot garage. This is the location of the site in relation to the rest of the city. And then here's an aerial of the site, and the proposed garage will be located in the rear yard. Here's the site plan that was provided. All of the measurements show that it meets all of the other requirements. So the variance is only for the size. And then just to show, there's an elevation to show it meets the height as well. And then here's just a picture to show where it'll be, just to help out with trying to picture where it's going. And this is from East 8th Street. So it is an oversized detached accessory garage. The allowed maximum square footage is 800 square feet. So the applicant is requesting a 57% variance from the code requirement. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty can be obviated by a change in design. And again, here's the code language for you to review. And that's the end of my staff report, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Larissa. I appreciate that. Do we have anyone in the audience today who's either for or against this proposal? Will they raise their hand? See anybody?
I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Thank you. Mr. Zabita, who's going to present to you today? Which person? Senior, junior?
Or I could do
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, sir. Why should we approve your case today? It's pretty big variance.
We have a big family. We just want enough space for all of our cars, and we're also going to use it a little bit for storage, to store the stuff we have outside, like the mower. My little brother has go-karts and stuff like that, so we just need a little bit more space.
Okay. It's quite a bit more than a little.
Yeah.
Did you get any opposition from people, your neighbors or anybody like that?
No, I do not believe so.
Yeah. I don't see a drawing. Is it me? Don't we usually have a site plan, Tom or Randy?
Larissa shared one on screen, but there isn't one in the report.
Okay. Miss Larissa, could you bring that up again, please? Thanks.
Yep.
And the picture of the actual photo along with the
So, one second. Here's just the site plan again, and then here is the elevation, and I can check through my documents. I don't believe one was submitted, but I can double check.
Could you go back to screen 4 while we're looking at this? Thanks. Screen 4. Thank you. All right.
Oh. There you go.
There you go. Thanks. Proposed 1,200 square foot garage.
Based on the kind of axon that was shared, this looks like a standard kind of pre-engineered metal building. Is that correct? You're not looking to construct a traditional garage?
No.
And I guess, I mean, I kind of bike through this area quite a bit, and I don't typically see a pre-engineered metal building in these residential neighborhoods. So I guess I'm concerned just kind of the materiality and height and aesthetic of a pre-engineered metal building in the residential neighborhood on a lot this size.
Okay.
How many cars are you looking to park? And do you have an idea of square footage of how much storage you would be using and what kind of, I think you mentioned a lawnmower and other stuff. What else might be stored in there?
We have, see, I have my car, my sister's car, my dad's 2 cars, and then my mom's car. And then we got a small trailer, and then horse trailer, a 2-horse trailer. And then just a bunch of tools from me and my dad that we have stored in the basement right now. It's just kind of a hassle to pull everything out and put it back in.
What do you use the tools for?
For work, my dad's, well, we're both welders.
And that might be a problem that staff could advise us on. I'm not sure that storage of tools and material at a residentially zoned district is allowed, but could you clarify that, Larissa?
I am not sure. I'd have to pull up the code real quick. 1 second.
Have you considered potential off-site storage opportunities? You mentioned some horse trailers. Obviously, those are decent size, as opposed to keeping them on your property in this structure.
What do you mean?
Like, is there, I know people that have boats, they rent a spot to store their boat. Is there an option to rent a spot to store trailers of this size as opposed to putting it in a structure? Or where do you keep them currently?
We keep them in the back, in our backyard.
When the snow is hard to clean up each car, every day on the morning to get it work. We try to keep all cars clean, but we don't have any garage. That's why we want to build a garage. And if you build something, build something small, the bigger size is better, for anybody.
I definitely understand the desire to house all those. It just seems very large for the kind of the lot size and the urban location.
If I'm going and buy a jackpot, I don't have to get a permit. So I'm trying to do the best we can to get a permit, and I can go and buy a jackpot in a bigger size. I seen it across the 9th Street. They have a real big ones, and they do a maintenance shop, and I think they don't get a permit. There is 2 of them.
Yeah, I know carports do have different requirements since they're not fully enclosed.
Sure.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, Tom, go ahead. You don't need it. Just,
Are you guys gonna do outside work in this building for other people?
Do we what?
Are you gonna do what work for other people inside the garage?
No, this is the store. This just storage for the cars and just other stuff we have.
And my older son, my daughter, they do fitness too, and they try to do here in the garage too. They play basketball, and I can do on winter time outside.
do we have a picture of your home? Is it stone or is it framed? What's the outside siding in your existing home, sir?
In the front, it's stucco, and then it's ¿cómo se llama?
Smart siding.
Smart siding on the side.
Do you think you would, gosh, it's a big garage. How many square foot is your home, would you say, your existing home?
I'm not sure. I think it's somewhere on the paperwork.
We said everything. I don't remember how many square.
While they're looking at that, Joseph Rexwinkle has joined the meeting to speak to the question regarding the storage of the tools in the
I'll swear him in.
structure.
No, do you want me to swear him in? Because he hasn't been sworn yet.
That would be
Mr.
great.
Rexwinkle, can you turn on your camera? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. And identify yourself one more time.
Yeah, my name is Joseph Rexwinkle, Development Management Division Manager.
Thank you.
I think there was a question posed by one of the board members regarding whether you can have outdoor storage related to a business in a residential zone. Under the current ordinance that we have today, you cannot. However, there is the Missouri General Assembly passed a bill last spring that perhaps prevents cities from regulating that. We're waiting on the law department is trying to ascertain the nuances of that bill and how it applies to our ordinance, and we simply just don't know right now whether it would preempt us from prohibiting storage related to a business in a residential zone.
But we don't have our own business, and it's not like it's big, like it's just boxes of tools.
Right.
We work for someone. It's not like we have our own business or it's like huge machinery or anything.
Right.
No, we're not planning doing that.
Well,
And our house is it's 2,398 square feet.
Okay. Thank you,
My
Mr.
bed, 1.5 bath.
Right.
Mr. Rexwinkle, if it were tools and supplies that are used as an employee, that separates it from operating a business?
No.
No, if it's anything affiliated with a business, whether the owner of the property actually is the operator or owner of the business or not, we have in the past always said it's related to a business use, whether it's that owner's business or not, and it's therefore not allowed. So, for example, if like I brought storage, stuff from my wife's business to our house, even though she doesn't operate it from the house, it would still be under our current ordinance not permitted.
Did legal give you any sense of when the state might make their final decision and we know where we stand?
They have, the bill was passed last session. It's just a question of what does it prevent us from regulating versus not? And the law department is currently reviewing that. They have not been able to arrive at a conclusion quite yet.
Okay.
So I think we have to operate under our current ordinance right now, which is if there's outdoor, which says outdoor storage related to a business is not permitted.
Well, you said outdoor storage. This would be indoor storage. Does that make a difference?
Yes, I think it would. The code just says outdoor storage.
Okay, thank you.
Well, okay. Well, then that removes my concern of tools and storage of those inside.
Even right now, we still have them inside our house.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like we store them outside. It's just kind of a hassle because we got to go up and down the stairs, and it's not excessive.
That's okay under the code. You can store anything related to your business inside.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Avita, can we bring down the size of the garage? Do we have to have one? I think it was 35 by 36. If I recall, I'm not looking at the document now. Randy, do you recall how big that garage was? Okay.
Yeah, 35 by 36.
You're asking for a big variance, and the problem, sir, is sometimes if we grant you this almost 60% variance, the guy who comes after you in 2 months says, well, you gave the Avitas, 59% or 60%, why don't you give that to us? So it's just a big variance. That's what I'm asking, whether there might be, again, I'm not in construction. Mr. Stiller and Ms. Mixdorf may have more knowledge than I, but these packages, I think they're called, where you buy a certain size garage or a certain size building. I'm not sure if they, do they come in a smaller size, sir? That's to you, Mr. Avita. Or Mr. Avita.
Oh, yeah. We can do smaller. I don't know if 40 by 35, 30 by 35, or 30 by 30.
So a 30 by 30 would be 900 square feet for the garage.
So it'd still be just 100 square foot variance then.
Right. Which should not be very bad to me. Yeah. Well, I don't know. So, board members, what say you on this? Do you think?
Looks like Tom Gorenz had a question, perhaps.
Oh, sorry, Tom. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Speak.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just concerned about the look of the neighborhood. It is historical northeast, and a prefab building, I'm not sure. I question that also. The steel look, the corrugated steel.
Yeah.
I understand that too, but is that not outside our purview to, we're not able to regulate aesthetics, I don't believe.
You're correct, Mr. Stiller. We are not allowed to do that.
Take that question remark back.
I think my concern was when you get that size as a standard pre-engineered metal building, it looks like something that should be on a larger site. So if there's opportunities to shrink that footprint and get it closer to what our code allows, then I think that would fit better, at least scale wise in the neighborhood.
Right.
Well, you said the 30 by 30 would only be 100 square foot off what you guys require.
Yes, there's an 800 square foot maximum for a detached accessory garage. So if you go for the 30 by 30, it'll only be 100 square feet more.
Okay. I will be happy with 30 by 30.
So, but unfortunately, you're going to have to, I think you've got to come back to us in a couple weeks with the new proposal, sir. I'm not sure we can take that today. I'd have to refer to Larissa or someone else more knowledgeable than myself, whether we can just take your word for it. So I think we need a new site plan.
I would recommend continuing it to the October BZA meeting.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That sounds better to me too. So let's continue this, board members, can I get a motion to continue this to the October 11 docket? Okay, Mr. Gorens, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixtor. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And they opposed, same sign. The chair votes with this motion. We'll see you October 11th with your new plan. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Let's see how we're doing, Randy. All right, our next case is that a Najma. I think
Docket item number 20, I believe.
and that's not a Najma. Is that a no?
Me.
Okay, thank you. So calling docket number 20, case number 122 with an address of 5908 Northwest 104th Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I have promoted Steve Worker.
Great. For me just a second. Almost there. Steve Wagner, okay. Good morning, Mr. Wagner.
Good morning.
Thank you. We only have 4 board members here today, which means we need to get a unanimous approval for your case to be approved today. Do you want to do that, or do you want to wait till next month when I think we're going to have 5?
I understand. Let's please proceed.
All right. So let me swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Steve Werger, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Werner. In your case, sir, we have a number of exhibits. They are on page 3, and they are numbered 1 to 9, and we need those to hear your case today. Can we admit those?
Please do.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And Jared, thank you very much for telling us about your case today. Thank you.
Problem. So before us, we have docket item number 20. This is case number CD-BZA-2022-00122 located at 5908 Northwest 104th Street. Zoning district in this application is R-7.5. Applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the rear yard setback requirements. This is the location of the subject site. To the north there, it's within the KCIA area plan. So this is the subject site. In the site plan, you can see there the encroachment into the rear yard setback. This is a lot on a cul-de-sac, northwest 104th Street there. Let's see, there's another site plan to better show the property. It's just that one variance on the back. The case factors for said variance are 9.5 feet. That is a remaining setback of 20.5 feet. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The design could be obviated by a change. The difficulty, rather, could be obviated by a change in design. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the audience today that's either for or against this case?
No one is raising their hand currently. Nope,
Okay,
we have
great.
one hand raised actually.
All right.
I am promoting a Mary Ballou as well as a Cynthia.
All right. See,
Mary has accepted her promotion. Cynthia has also accepted now, it appears. Yep.
Great. Miss Ballou, are you for or against this addition? Wait, you're muted. You're muted.
Pardon. I just had a question. So I was.
Wait,
I live
wait, you can't say anything yet. I've got to swear you in. So Cynthia, can you turn on your microphone and camera, please, if you have one? I'll swear you both in here in just a second. Thank you. So please, ladies, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Yeah, I do.
And say each name. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm Mary Ballou. Do.
And you do, okay.
And Cynthia, I do.
And Cynthia, what's your last name, please?
Bruno.
Cynthia Bruno. All right, thank you. And ladies, just quickly, I've got to go to Steve first, but are you for or against this proposal?
I just had a quick question. I was trying to figure out, is it, because I live next door and I'm just figuring out, is he taking like 10 feet of the green space or is he asking for his yard to be shortened? That was what I was unclear about.
All right, I'll get to you in just a second. Ms. Cynthia, are you for or against?
Same question, same
Okay,
question.
stand by, both ladies. Steve, I want you to tell us why we should grant your motion today or your request today.
Just to begin with, this is a house that's been designed for a build job on the current location. The subdivision was done many years ago with the knuckle. Whenever you get into that situation, that obviously pushes the house back. And when you get on the knuckle, sometimes you get smaller lots. And at that point, and I've done this subdivision stuff a long time, these lots sometimes that are 15, 20 years old are a little smaller on these cul-de-sacs. And I'm sure that every now and then you have one of those come forward to you with some sort of variance in the back. If you look at the site plan, and you can bring that back up after I'm talking, we have the variance says 9.5, but that's only to one point. And there's another point that's like 9 feet. So those variances are not the full width of the lot itself. So to kind of put that in perspective, I took the whole backyard, the 30-foot setback times the whole width of the lot, and came up with around 3,600 square feet. With the part that we are infringing on within that backyard, we're at like 380 square feet, or we're just over 10% of the backyard is being taken up by this variance that we would have. The variance, though, again, does state 9.5 because that's where that farthest point is, but that leaves us with 20. The other unique part of this situation is that to the rear of this lot, which is the backyard to try and keep you away from your neighbors and open up the big area, is a large electrical easement that's just a big tract that will not be, it's not any part of this variance request, and it will not be touched and can't be because it's an easement with the power company. So there is a very, very large, expansive open space behind this property. I also included, which Jared put up there, was the aerial to show the layout of this lot as it starts to turn that corner compared to the other houses that are there. And there's really not much of an intrusion of, if you take a straight line north-south on the rear of those other lots, you're pretty much real close to matching what those other ones are. And that happens when you start to twist with the pie-shaped type lot. So with that, I personally believe that even if there was a different design or a different house, somebody is going to come forward with this because of the way the houses are built now and to make the house fit, not necessarily with the lot, but with the neighborhood as far as size and price point. So with that, I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you.
Okay, that's just what we were kind of curious about, was trying to kind of read into it, seeing whether it was going to take into that easement or if it was just going to ask for a smaller lot yard. And so that's just kind of what our questions were. And that's the only reason we were just wanting to be on here, because that's one of the reasons we did buy our property where it was because of that area in the back that just can't be touched and having that privacy part.
Right.
No, we don't intend to do that, and we have no right to do that because that's a tract that's might be in the homeowners association or it might be Kansas City Power Line. I'm not sure, but we're not touching any of those.
Then that is completely fine with us, and we have no reason to say anything other. I just wanted clarification.
Right.
And I have objections as well.
Okay.
Thank you
very much. ladies, you're welcome to stay on or drop off, whatever you'd like to do. So,
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
thank you. Board members, do you have further questions for Steve on this issue today? Seems pretty straightforward. We've seen these kind of lots before, Steve, where you kind of have that pie shape going out. So it's not unusual for us to see these. If no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd offer a motion.
Sure.
In case number 122, I move that the board grant the requests consistent with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. The chair votes with this motion and it is approved, and good luck to your project, Steve. Thanks again.
Thanks for your help.
Sure, thank you. All right. The next one was Stillers, which is continued, and we're doing okay on time. So we're going to call case number 22 with docket number 22, case number 124 with an address of 335 North Lawn Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
Right. I am going to be promoting in Elkins 20. I'll also mention that seems like it's up to you, of course, Mr. Chair, but it seems like with how staff is handling their lunches after this case would be a good time to.
Perfect. I agree.
Break for lunch. Great. Before the break, I'll have a couple notes to make.
Okay, great. Thank you.
2100. What's the password on Claire's desk?
21 is. All right. Let's see, Mr. Elkins, could you turn on your microphone and camera, please?
I know the password.
Hello, sir. I'd like to swear you in, and then I've got a question for you or two. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today in this hearing? You're muted, or I can't hear you. I can't hear you, sir. I'm sorry. You're muted for sure. Unmute and maybe get really close to the microphone. No, can't hear. Just keep talking and maybe we'll hear you. Not yet.
Is there a separate phone number he could call in on?
Yeah. Where'd Jared go? Jared, does he have a separate phone maybe you could dial in on, or what's your thoughts?
He could certainly, if he has a phone, he could certainly try doing that, and I can promote the.
It feels like your microphone's not connected to your computer because we see you fine.
And he doesn't appear to be muted in Zoom. There's no red microphone with an X on it. It seems like the microphone of his computer isn't set up. Maybe we should hold this case while Justin works with the applicant to get his microphone set up working properly. Let's see what the next one would be.
You want to take another case, or do you want to break for lunch?
That would be up to you. The next case would be mine, which I'm happy to present.
Okay. Let me look at it real quick.
I don't understand why it's not working.
We hear you.
Yeah.
Success.
Yahoo! You're in. Say
Hello.
Okay, good. So again, sir, I gave you the oath and you want to say, I do and state.
I
your
do,
name.
and I'm William Elkins.
Great, thank you, sir. I've got a few comments real quick. We only have 4 board members here today. That means we've got to get all 4 for approval before we can take before your case will be approved. Do we have your authority, or you can wait till next month? And
No, let's continue today.
okay, let's go continue. And then, sir, in your case, there are some administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10. They are on page 3 of the staff report. Do we have your approval to admit those exhibits for your case?
Yes, let's admit them.
Okay, thank you. They are admitted. And we have Justin today to tell us about your case. Justin, share your screen and let's go.
All right. Thank you. This is docket item number 22, CD-BZA 2022-00124. We are looking at the location 335 North Lawn Avenue. Current zoning is R2.5. Applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to the fencing requirements to allow for a 5-foot chain link fence in the front yard, generally located at North Lawn in between Sunrise Drive and Scarrett Avenue. So the site relative to the city is about north of the river right here, or south of the river, I'm sorry. And to get a closer look, it's in between North Lawn and Van Brunt Boulevard, east of Gladstone Elementary. So for an overall site plan, this is going to be in the front yard of the applicant's house, 5 feet in height, 75 feet in total distance. So the request is a special exception of 12 inches to the front yard height requirement of 48 inches for a total fence height of 50. So we're looking at a 12-foot deviation from the requirement. We do not believe a substantial change to the neighborhood is anticipated, and this could not be done without a change to the existing structure. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have anyone in the audience either for or against this proposal today? Do you see anyone, Justin?
There is currently no one raising their hand in the attendees.
Okay, thank you, Jared. All right, Mr. Elkins, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Okay, we have a almost 2-year-old German Shepherd that is very aggressive, not only to other animals, but also to people walking up and down the street. Plus, I have children walking from the grade school in the afternoon and in the mornings, you know, going home and coming back to school. We try to keep her in the yard, but she's almost to the point where she can jump over this fence. And I do not want to have her biting anybody that would be walking, you know, down the street or whatever. Also, when the mailman comes, she gets real aggressive, wanting to get out to get to them. The trainer that we have said when he first met her that he didn't feel that she was aggressive, but as she's getting older, she seems to be getting that gene that like the police force and the armed forces look for in a German Shepherd. And I just don't want to have anybody hurt by her. And we got her for mainly for protection. Because of my health issues, I spend some time in the hospital, and my wife felt, you know, that she didn't feel safe in the house. So we got the dog to, you know, for protection.
Right. Any other neighbors have this type of fence in their front yard, sir?
No.
Okay.
So do you have an existing 4-foot fence and you're wanting to make it 5 foot, or
Yes.
do you not have an event fence?
No,
currently?
we have an existing 4-foot fence but she's got to the point, I haven't trained her to jump yet, but she's almost to the point where she can jump over that fence. The other issue I've noticed, I've noticed her, our front porch is about 4 feet tall. She can jump up on it without any problem at all. So I think it's just a matter of time when she figures out herself how to jump over that fence and go after somebody. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with German Shepherds or not, but they get very territorial with their area.
Is your backyard fenced, sir?
No, we don't allow her to the backyard unless she's on a leash. But I do, well, let me take that back. The neighbor to the north of us has a fence all the way down, and then on the back of our property, there's a fence that I'm not sure who that belongs to.
I mean, you could put a fence in your backyard. You wouldn't even have to come before us today.
Well, the issue with that is I have a shared driveway and a shared garage, so it would be kind of hard to do that.
Right. Okay. Well,
We'll add that there are a couple houses on that street that do have fences in their front yard. There's about 3 that I can see.
right. So he's got, Mr. Elkins already has a 4-footer there, so we're just adding on another foot, it sounds like. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
And how long have you had that 4-foot fence installed?
It was there when I purchased the house, and I've been here like 30 years,
Okay.
roughly.
Is it, sir, is it also chain link?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's also chain link.
Okay, well. Board members, any other comments?
Chairman,
Yes.
I want to ask if, couldn't you put a leash on the, when the dog's in the front yard? It wouldn't go all the way to the fence?
Did you hear that, Mr. Elkins?
Yes, I suppose that could be done. But we just thought that, putting the fence would be a little bit more feasible. Because if we would have, I know there's a house on the next block north of me. They have a small dog that they have a leash, but they do not have a fence.
Right. Right.
Plus the fence that we have is kind of, it's been there a long, long time. It was originally installed by Montgomery Ward. Don't know if any of you people remember them or not, but it's kind of, when she jumps on it, it's coming apart.
Yeah.
I have to put it back together.
Right. Right. Well, at least it's not new to the neighborhood, so it's not,
no.
They've not seen the chain link there before. It's just whether the extra
Right.
12 inches will matter to people.
And the neighbor to the south of me, they have no objection to it. And I haven't talked with the people north of me. That's a rental property, and I've not heard any comment from them one way or the other.
All right. Okay. Well, board members, what say you? I see some alternates here, but I don't know. I'm kind of, if I lived next to you and saw another new 5-foot fence coming in, I'd probably have more objections. With being another 12 inches, maybe not so much. So And 6, I know I'd be totally against a 6-foot fence in the front yard. I know I would be, but I'm just one board member, so.
Yeah, I don't want to do a 6-foot fence either.
Right. We can also call monkey wards, maybe they'd come back out again, you know?
I don't think so.
I know, just having fun.
Mr. Chair, I'd offer a motion in case 124.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller.
I move that the board grant the special exception in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? I hear no opposition, so the chair votes with the motion. Your fence is approved. And good luck with your project, Mr. Elkins. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good
All right,
afternoon.
we've hit the witching hour, according to Ms. Mixdorf. So we're going to take a 30-minute break. Is that acceptable to city staff? I think it is. That's what I heard earlier. So we'll see everyone back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Randy, you like peanut butter?
I do.
Lewisburg Cider Mill has the best called pumpkin butter. Oh my goodness, and peanut butter and pumpkin butter.
I have never heard of this. Can you only get it there? Can you get it in the store?
I've never found it. It's made there in Lewisburg.
Okay. I've
bought-
never been to Lewisburg.
Oh, it's a fun event. Google it and you'll see some events going on down there.
I've heard good things in the fall with all the cider and everything. I haven't made it yet.
They make cider donuts.
I've heard good things.
Good
I'm
thing.
all for donuts, so
Well, if you like pumpkin pie, I'm telling you,
that's the place to go.
get the pumpkin butter.
All right.
I bought 6 jars. Second time.
When you find something you like, you can just stick with it. Stock up.
I'll be good for the winter.
Hey, Najma.
Hey, Randy, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I feel like I haven't seen you in like 50 years.
I know, right?
50 years. Woo.
I know, long time.
Longer than both of us have been alive. That's how long it's been.
Okay, guys, I just had my high school reunion 2 weeks ago. That was the number.
Oh, wow. Nice. Good for you.
Yeah, I guess it is good. I live to see it, so.
You guys keep talking about pumpkin donuts and pumpkin spice. It's making me hungry. I could hear you, but I couldn't see. I could see.
Pumpkin butter.
Pumpkin butter. Wow.
It's really healthy.
It is.
You know, I only do sweet cream, salted butter. I'm sorry, Randy. Okay. Where are we getting back? Let's see. We're missing Stiller still. Yeah. There he is. Hey, Tommy. All right. Let's see. What about on the staff side? Justin, should we start up? Do we need to wait for anybody else, or what's your thoughts? Hey, Najma.
Hi, Jared.
Yeah, it's fine. It's Jared.
Jared, Justin, whatever. I can't read the screen.
Just a J name. Who knows? I think we're ready to get started. It seems to me, and I have received communications from one of the applicants that they have to get off at 1. It's a larger. It's the docket item number 10. There's 7 companion cases.
Right.
So I guess I'll leave it up to the board if they want to try to hear that before 1, or if they would.
I'm okay with starting that up. I mean, but that was this one. So after her training, Najma knows everything now, so that's good. So you want to jump to that one? Would that be a good thing to do then? Is that what you're saying?
I think so. And then we can. And then
if you could also swear me and
yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. So let me do one thing here, and then I'll jump back in. Okay.
And this is the court reporter. I have one request for Jared. Can you take your microphone and move it slightly down?
Is that better?
And it rotates. We go a little lower.
Down like that?
Almost a little bit more.
It's maxed out. Is that better?
I think we're hearing air noise. I think
I think it's actually
air noise.
I keep thinking it's your breathing, and sometimes it's slightly taking over anything you're saying. So I was like, it's either a fan or breathing.
That is much better.
Much better.
There's a fan. There's a fan. I don't breathe that heavily.
Some people do. You would be amazed.
All right, let's start it back up, ladies and gentlemen. So the September 22nd Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing is continuing after our lunch break, and we're going to call docket number 10, and with a case number of 20222, and case number 104. Do we call each one? I mean, are we going to hear them all at the same time, Najma? So I'm going to call all these cases at one time. So we'll continue on with case number 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, and 110. All those cases are now called for the hearing today. Sorry.
I'm going to go ahead and
I'm going to swear Najma in just a second.
Okay, sure.
Like, yeah. Najma, let's go ahead and do you. Matt, have we done you yet? Have we sworn you in? I didn't think so. You're in that training session with Najma. So do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And Matt, say your name, please, Matt.
Matthew Barnes. I do.
Is it left or right hand? I always forget.
Yeah, Najma, right? So say your name. Yeah.
Najma Muhammad.
Perfect. Yeah, it is always right hand. There you go. Good. So you both are sworn in, and we've got the cases called. And who's speaking on these today? Let's get him promoted. Is he promoted yet, Jared?
I am promoting him currently.
Aaron March.
And I am promoting a Jay Thomas with Integra Build KC LLC.
Okay. I see Aaron. I did see him. Aaron, can you turn on your microphone and camera, please? Jay's got his on. Thank you, gentlemen. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name, Aaron.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Aaron March. I'm an attorney with the Rouse Fritz White Goss Law Firm, 4510 Bellevue, Kansas City, Missouri. Here today on behalf of the applicant in all of these cases.
Thank you. And Mr. Jay, would you take off your microphone? Your microphone's muted. Please say I do if you agree, and your name, please.
Jay Thomas, I do.
Okay, thank you. All right. Gentlemen, in this case today, we have administrative exhibits. They're on the pages of your report. Randy, what page are we on? Do you know?
I don't have the exhibit page up. I'm looking at the rest of the case.
Yeah, if you give me that first one, that'd be great. Probably exhibits 1 to 9. Nope, I'm not there.
1 to 10.
Okay.
On page 109.
Thank you. So do we have your approval to admit those exhibits on all these cases, Mr. March?
No objection, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And Najma, I think you're presenting to us today. So let's hear from you. Thank you so much for joining us, and good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, everyone. It is a long case, but I will do my best to make it brief and informative. Before us, we have docket item number 10, 10.1 through 10.7 for addresses on Chestnut. The applicants are seeking variances to the lot and building standards for proposed detached homes. This is the general subject site of the addresses out in the heart of the city. This is an overview of 4 of the addresses on the west side of Chestnut and the other 3 on the east side of Chestnut. For the first address, 2509 Chestnut, case number 104, they're requesting variances to the lot width. The lot width is for a variance of 15 feet to the minimum requirement. A substantial change is not anticipated, as many of the nearby homes are built on similar lots or lots with similar widths, and the difficulty cannot be obviated by another feasible method. They are also requesting a variance to the front setback of 5 feet. That concludes the variance request for 104. For 2422 Chestnut, case 105, this is another request to variance to the lot width standard of 8.5 feet from the requirement. For 2426 Chestnut, case 106, this is a variance to the lot width as well as the side setback. For the lot width is a deviation of 10 feet from the requirement, and for the minimum street side setback, it's 6.85 feet from the 15 feet requirement. For 2432 Chestnut, case 107, it is to the lot width again, a deviation of 15 feet from the requirement, and the lot area, a deviation of 675 square feet from the requirement. For 2434 Chestnut, this is a variance to the lot width for the requirement of 2.5 feet deviation. For 2523 Chestnut, 109, they are requesting a variance to the lot width as well in the amount of 8 feet. For 2531 Chestnut, case 110, they are requesting a variance to the lot width as well in the amount of 9 feet. That concludes all of the variance requests.
Thank you, Najma.
Thank you.
We recall hearing this case before, and I think we had some issues before, but Mr. March, why should we approve your case today?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for indulging me and popping our case up. You requested, and properly so, that we go out and we meet with the Washington Wheatley Neighborhood Association. We've actually had 2 meetings with them, and we're going to have a third. Our most recent meeting with them was on Monday night. It was a lovely meeting. Dinner was provided. Many of the members of the community support what we're asking for. Some of them don't. The community took no formal action, and we agreed to come back to them to just talk, to be good neighbors. And they acknowledged that we were going to proceed today, and we are here back before you today on these cases. I have a PowerPoint presentation on each and every one. They are identical. I can take 2 minutes and walk through them, but they would essentially show you the facts are that these are old platted lots, platted in 1888, and that no longer conform to the minimum lot requirements under the current subdivision regulations. The setbacks that are platted are also old, and if we were obligated to comply with the current requirements, we would be able to build a house that was 20 foot wide. Not a house that we would be able to market or that would really be habitable. So it's a function of how old these platted lots are. And it's a characteristic of much of the area in the community where we're trying to rebuild attainable housing, workforce housing. And if it's the pleasure of the board, I will save you some time and not show these PowerPoint presentations. You may remember them from last time, but the facts are as called out by staff, and we agree with the presentation and the requests that she's made.
Board members, would you like to see just one of the presentations, to have Aaron review that? And then I don't think we see 9, but that's to your call. What do you want? Or do you remember it from last time? What do you want?
I vaguely remember, but I think just seeing just one as a good refresher would be nice.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. March. Please share your screen with the board.
This is the agenda item 10.1 at 2509 Chestnut. This is a view of 2509 Chestnut. It is the vacant lot. All of the lots that we are dealing with are vacant. And we want to build new homes, attainable homes on each one of these. The lot in question is highlighted in yellow. It was approved by the Plat of Prospect Park in 1886 as a narrow, skinny lot, as are all of the other lots in the neighborhood. The platted lot width in this case is 25 feet. That was a legal lot when this was platted, but today you have to have a 40-foot platted lot. And the setback, so you can see it would need to be 40 feet. That is this green line here. We're 25 feet here. So we are asking a platted lot variance of 15 feet in this case. We believe that the zoning ordinance allows for the grandfathering of lots like this, but belts and suspenders, it suggests that we come before the board and get you to grant the variances so that we don't need to worry about vagaries of ordinance interpretation. This is a prototypical of the house that we want to build. Should you approve our variance, we are proposing some small 1-bedroom as well as some larger 3-bedroom homes on the various lots, just depending upon the druthers of the people we hope to be selling and leasing to, and creating just a variety of different types of housing stock within the community. So that is prototypical of our presentation, and we have one for each one of these cases, Mr. Chairman. And just to create the record, we would ask that you accept these presentations into evidence.
Those are admitted, and I think you can perhaps send the link and the present, the thumb drive, whatever you want to use.
I'll walk it down and give it to Najma in person.
That's great. Thank you. All right. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. March after you've seen that proposal?
I had one. So obviously you've been able to meet with them, and not everybody is, in agreement, but the overall kind of tone of the meeting, was the neighborhood appreciative of what you're doing and understanding of what you were trying to accomplish here?
It was a very positive meeting. I think that's why they invited me back. The hope is that we'll actually enter into some kind of formal partner agreement. Not quite sure what that would contain. It's really the tension. The tension that we had was these are attainable houses versus subsidized housing. And it was, what do we want in our neighborhood? We need both, is really what the answer was. And it was a question of where you fell on the priority of, do you want the affordable housing or do you want market rate attainable? That was really where things diverged. It wasn't really on who we were or what we were trying to do. They're welcoming us back, and we will be the only agenda item, and just to continue the dialogue and be a strong member of the community.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
What is the price range of the houses that we're looking at today?
These homes we think are initially going to be leased. Initially, the lease is going to be starting at somewhere between $1,300 a month to $2,100 a month. The construction cost for the smaller ones is about $160,000 going on up to $180,000. The hope is we get them in, we get them stabilized, and then we'll sell the houses at a number to yet be determined down the road.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have anyone in the audience today who's either for or against these sets of cases before us?
There is no one raising their hand in the audience currently.
And Mr. March, as chairman, I thank you so much for going back to the community and getting their input and continuing your meetings with them. You said you had one yesterday and maybe another one or two coming forward. That really engages the community, and I want to thank you personally for doing that. Thank you.
We should have done it at the outset, so thank you for reminding me.
All right. If no other questions or comments, we'll need a motion for each case. And I'm available to listen.
So each case has, even though they are called
Yes,
together, we need
yes,
them
yes.
separate.
Yes, yes.
Okay. In case number 104, I move the applicant's request to be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This passes. And
In case number 105, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. The chair votes with the motion. That passes.
Next case, number 106, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. That one passes.
In case number 107, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second to her motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with this motion. This passes.
In case number 108, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion, Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. This passes. Continue on.
In case number 109, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. That passes.
And lastly, case number 110, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This motion passes, and good luck with your project, Mr. Thomas and Mr. March.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Where did my buddy go? Hey, Jared.
Yep, I'm here.
Hey, do you want to go back to Najma's first case, which is docket number 3? Don't you think we should go that way?
I believe so, and I think it might be docket item number 1. I think
Oh,
our
yeah,
order
that's
is
even
going to
right.
be.
Yeah.
I think our order is going to be 1, 3, 7, 9, 12, 17, and then we'll be back up to speed.
Okay, 1, 3, 7. Yeah. Okay, good. Sorry. So, thank you. So in docket number 1, case number 30, with an address of 4319 Independence Avenue, will the applicant please raise their hand?
I currently don't see anyone in the attendees list raising their hand. It looks like I should be looking for a Khalid Bande.
Yes.
And let's see. I don't see Khalid in the attendees list at all. I do see Gerald Manafi, who I know in the past has been associated with Khalid, but I don't know if he's with this case. Najma, do you know if Gerald is part of this application?
I do not. We can skip this one and I'll try to give them a call after 3 of my other cases, or you can do.
You want to skip? You want, so we're going to pause that one, I think.
Okay, we can pause that one.
Okay, so let's move to docket number 3, case number 27, with an address of 7112 North Overland Drive, a special use permit for a church.
Yes.
For the applicant, will you please raise their hand?
I see a Jake Hodson from Olson, who I'm promoting to a panelist, and a Scott Dixon.
Great. Let's see here. There he goes. So Scott and Jake, or Jacob, please turn on your cameras and microphone if you have them. There's Scott driving around. And there's Jake. All right. So Scott and Jake, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Jacob Hodson, and yes, I do.
Thank you.
Scott Dixon, and yes, I do.
Great. Sirs, we have both Mr. Hodson, Mr. Dixon. We have only 4 board members here today, so you must achieve 3 out of 4 of us to approve your motion today, I believe. So if you get any negative comments or negative votes, your proposal will not pass. Do you want to proceed forward?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, great. And then we have some administrative exhibits, and I've got to get back up to that page. Randy, are they 1 to 9 or 1 to 10? Do you see in your deal? I'm not quite there yet. I think I'm there. Docket number 2. Nope. There it is. Docket number 3, I see it.
I'm not finding them.
I just saw regular attachments 1 through 4.
Yeah, that's what I see too. So, so there are normal exhibits labeled 1 to 8, 1 to 9, or 1 to 10. And these are exhibits we need in order to hear your case today. Do we have your approval to admit those administrative exhibits?
Yes, please admit exhibits.
Sure. Thank you. As part of the presentation, I gotta think here just for a second. Okay, yes. As part of your presentation, Najma is going to present the case, and then we're going to open it up for comments and negative opposition if there is any. Thank you. Najma, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before us, we have docket item number 3. Case CD SUP 2022-27 at 7112 North Overland Drive. It is zoned R2.5 and R7.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit for the expansion of school facility in a residentially zoned district. This is the location. It is not, I don't know why that is that way. This is located in the Northland, not in the heart of the city. Moving right along, this is an aerial view of the subject site. This street view area is a little bit outdated, as there has since been a roundabout installed by Public Works. And this is the project site, this parcel here as well as these 2. This is what the school looks like from the north, I guess, looking south. So some of the key characteristics is that the school is expanding, not the church, but the school is expanding the vehicular use area. And so they are expanding it here, replacing what was a vehicular use area here with some recreational sports spaces. So it's not necessarily expanding the concrete on the site, as they're using some permeable surfaces as well as some other cool pervious playground materials that we don't see all of the time. They did propose some landscaping that meets the city's quantity requirement, but not necessarily the placement requirement. So we did an administrative adjustment to approve of that, as well as some bicycle parking allowances because of the nature of the school and those that attend the academy. CPC recommends approval with conditions. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Najma. I appreciate that. Gentlemen, who's going to speak today? Is it Jake? Jake, you're going to speak?
Yes.
Thank you. So why should we approve your application today?
Mr. Chairperson and members of the board, like I said, my name is Jacob Hodson. I'm representing the Northland Lutheran School Association, and they are in charge of the Martin Lutheran Academy. The Academy has purchased a vacant lot to the east of their property, or no, to the west of their property, which they are going to use to expand the parking lot, as you saw in the exhibit, and then use part of the existing parking lot to expand the playground system. That will be the phase one of the construction project. Phase two would be to expand the building. If you looked at the exhibit, there's a small cutout in the building now, kind of creates a short U shape, and they would use this special use to expand that. We had very positive comments from our neighborhood meeting, although only one person attended. It was the neighbor who owns the majority of the property on the block. And he was very happy that the school purchased the property and is doing something with it, as it's sat vacant for many years. So with this expansion, we do have approval from the neighbors, and the school would be able to and provide better playground services for their students and increase attendance. With that said, I ask that you approve the special use permit for expansion of the Martin Lutheran Academy and residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any people in the audience who are either for or against this proposal today? If there are, please raise your hand so we can promote you.
There's currently nobody in the audience with their hand raised.
All right, thank you. Board members, any questions for the applicants? There were a number of conditions, Mr. Hodson, that were part of the CPC. Do you have any problem with those conditions as they were presented?
No, most of the conditions are standard development conditions. Najma and I worked through the landscaping and bicycling through an alternative compliance, and we agree with that.
Okay, perfect. All right. Board members? I think everyone's sleepy from lunch. No.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Gorens.
Is it Northland Lutheran or is it Martin Luther? I heard him say both.
Yes, the school is Martin Luther Academy, but it's managed by Northland Lutheran.
Okay, thank you.
I would offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mixworth. I haven't heard any motions come from you lately, so thank you.
In case number 27, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and conditions therein.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. Seconded. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the chairman votes with the motion. Your project is approved. Good luck, sirs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. So we're jumping to case number 7.
Can I ask that we dismiss 5 and 6?
Yeah, we already did. I think, didn't we?
No.
We
Okay.
decided to hold off. Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you. So in case number 5, we're calling that case docket 5, case number 35 with an address of 5617 Northeast 51st Street. Najma, what's your recommendation?
Both of them are dismissal. This would have been a renewal to a special use permit for a short-term rental. However, the owner and applicant were able to get signatures that they needed, 55% signatures needed for the year-round short-term rental requests, and they no longer need the special use permit for it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's the same for both cases there. It's a duplex.
Do I need a vote on this one? Because it's dismissed. I know, I'm just going to call for it anyway. So there's been a call to dismiss case number 35. Could I have your votes to say aye?
I was going to go so moved.
Okay, thanks. And I'm sorry, I need a second to that.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chairman votes to dismiss this case with the ayes. This is dismissed. And next case is case docket number 6, case number 36, with an address of 5619 Northeast 51st Street. Najma, same thing. Where'd she go? There she is.
Yes, same thing.
Same thing. All right, can I have a motion for dismissal on this case?
Move to dismiss case 36.
Thank you. A second to Mr. Stiller's motion? Somebody.
Second. Sorry, I was on mute.
Thanks, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This is dismissed. And then we're going to jump to 7 and then 9, and then we're going to go back to 1. Hopefully she'll have an answer by then. So, oh, this isn't Najma's. I bet she's trying to call him. So we'll come back to 1. We're going to call docket number 7, case number 37, with an address of 4327 North Holmes Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I am promoting a David Ratley and a Jeff.
Great.
There should also be a Robin, I was told, but she has not joined.
Yeah, I think she'll be on. She's with the architect firm, DLR Group.
I do not see a Robin in the attendees list currently.
Okay, maybe she's not gonna be able to make it, but I just want to make sure she was included just in case she were.
So I see it, both Jeff and Mr. Ratley. Those are the two, right? That I see. Yep. All right, gentlemen, could I have you, raise your right hands for the oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today on this case?
Jeff Vandal, I do.
Thank you.
David Ratley, I do.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you may have heard this before. We only have 4 board members here today, so you must have unanimous approval to have your case go forward and be approved. You can come back in October where we should have 5 people. Do you want to continue on or come back?
We want to continue. Yep.
Okay, great. It's going to take me a second to get to the page number for your case. Sorry.
I'm needing that page number. I'm not finding it.
Is it? It's
Docket 7.
What's that, Randy or Stiller?
I need a page number 2. I don't see it. Case number 7, docket 7.
Yeah, when I click on docket 7 in the bookmarks, it says docket 17 on the staff report, page 57. I don't know. It looks like the address is the same. It just says 17 instead of 7.
What page is that, Ms. Mixdorf?
57.
57?
Mm-hmm.
This case was docket number 17 on Tuesday for the CPC. So I apologize. I messed that up.
No, we're good.
We got it now.
Yeah, we got it. We're good. On page, gentlemen, on page number 4 or 5, 4, There are administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. We need those in order to hear your case today. Can I admit those?
Yeah.
Mr. Ratley or Mr.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are admitted. And as part of this, Mr. Barnes will present the case to our board members. Go ahead and share your screen.
Share this. Okay, you should be able to see.
We can, thank you.
Okay, perfect. As stated, docket number 7 for Crestview Elementary. There we go. It's located just in the Northland, just north of the city of North Kansas City. Here is a slightly closer view of the subject property outlined in yellow. You can see its location adjacent to I-35 and I-29 to the north and east, as well as the river to the southwest in the corner of the screen. And here's a closer view of the subject property. There is an existing school, as you can see, on site that will be demolished as part of this project. The school currently has little to no queuing for pickup and drop off, so it causes a lot of congestion along homes during peak hours. To the east is a regulated stream shown as that blue line with a stream buffer, just for your reference. And Crestview Park is located on 3 sides, to the north, east, and south. Here's the proposed site plan for the new elementary school. The school is shown outlined in red. As you can see, they're moving the building to the back of the lot to allow for a larger queuing lane coming off of homes and circling around. So we'll alleviate traffic off of homes during those peak hours. Additional pedestrian connections to the south through Crestview Park were added so students do not have to go all the way around as they currently do. This will allow them to cut through and have a much safer walk to school. Here's the landscape plan for the site. The applicant is providing adequate screening to adjacent single-family homes. There is homes to the single-family homes in this corner down here, as well as to the north. In most cases, they are exceeding the requirements for shrubs and trees. And here are the elevations of the proposed school. The second image down is what the side that will be most visible from the street. It is tucked back in there, so it is not highly visible from the road. The applicant is proposing a mixture of brick, metal, and precast concrete for the exterior materials. As stated, SUP is required for civic use in a residential district. They have provided the required pedestrian connections and landscaping. No signage has been reviewed as part of this SUP or included in the staff report. It is my understanding that they may be asking for a variance today. I'll let them speak on that more so that their signage may be viewed from the street since it's set back so far. With that, the CPC recommended approval with conditions for the special use permit for Crestview Elementary. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Appreciate that. Do we have anyone in the audience today that's either for or against this proposal? Will you please raise your hands to be promoted?
There is nobody in the audience raising their hand currently.
Thank you. Mr. Ratley, are you presenting today or is Jeff doing that? Which one?
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay. So again, why should we approve your your motion or your proposal today? Why should we approve that?
I think the main reason is the ability to provide a better site school building for the community and for the students. This is something that I think the school district has been needing for a long time, and working really good with the area and working with and can come up with a good solution that provides that.
Okay. Let's see here. Board members, you have some questions or comments for them?
I did. Matt mentioned briefly the discussion of a variance for the signage. Is that not being discussed today then?
We haven't really landed on the exact size and how that's going to look. I know there's some discussions as to what that's going to look like and what we're going to try to do based off the fact that the building is so far away from the road. So I think that may be done under a separate application with the city.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Seems pretty simple. Board members, any motions?
I will offer one.
Thank
In
you.
case number 37, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site report or staff report, site plan, and any conditions therein.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Mixtor. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gorns. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The chair votes with the motion.
You're muted, Mark.
The phone was ringing. I apologize. The chair votes with the motion. The project is approved. Good luck with your project, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, we're going to number 9, which is Mr. Barnes again. We're going to call docket number 9, case number 34, with an address of 9298 North Congress Avenue. A special use permit.
I am promoting a Hillary Zaire from the applicant team.
Great.
Anybody got a page number for this case?
$83.
83.
Oh, wait. Yeah, and it says docket 6 on it, but it's the correct address.
Okay, thank you, Randy. The queen of pages.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. Wait, who we met? Wait, Hillary, you there? Unmute yourself. I think
we're there. Can you hear us?
Is that right? I see bodies, but I can't hear anybody.
I can hear them.
There. Okay, there they unmuted. Okay.
We're here and available.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
This is Hillary Zaire. I do.
Thank
Jonathan
you.
Phillips, I do.
Jonathan, I didn't hear your last name, please.
Jonathan Phillips.
Thank you. Okay, and we only have 4 board members here today. I think you may have heard my speech before. You need all 4 of us to approve your request to approve the case. Are you okay with us doing all 4?
Yes, we accept.
Okay, thank you. In addition, we have administrative exhibits we need for your case. They're on page 4 of your report, and they're numbers 1 to 9. And do you have your approval to admit those for your case today?
Yes, approved.
Okay, thank you. So part of those exhibits is Mr. Barnes, and he's going to present your case today to us, to the board members. Thank you, Matt.
Okay. Docket number 9 for the Tiffany Springs Plaza C-store. Hopefully you can see my screen. Yeah. There we go. It's located in the Northland, just south of the airport. It's located within the KCI area plan. Here is a closer view of the highlighted property in yellow. The gas station, the proposed gas station, will be on the corner of the lot. It is located at the northeast corner of Old Congress Road and northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road. And here's a closer view of the lot. The special use permit will act as a preliminary plat, and the space outlined by the blue line is the location of that fuel station. And this is the current approved site plan for Tiffany Springs Plaza. Currently, only constructed building on this lot is the veterinary's office to the north of the convenience store gas station. A recent minor amendment to this plan was conducted to revise the size of the gas station. The original development plan for the site was approved in 2009. The applicant is proposing a convenience store with 5 gas pumps, which is allowed in the B3-3 zoning district with a special use permit. The controlling development plan proposes a fuel station on that corner site, and the developer has provided additional pedestrian connections to allow for safe paths straight from the public right of way. They have also provided landscaping that screens the vehicular use areas from the public view. This special use permit is proposed to be valid for 3 years after the beginning date, after which the applicant will need to apply for a new special use permit. This is done to ensure compliance to the conditions placed on the SUP and to reevaluate that use at the time as such policies and expectations change. Here are the proposed elevations of the site. The developer has worked with staff to reduce the amount of ethos and provide more brick and stone. Additionally, the developer is using a wood look aluminum siding on the building. Transparency was added along both public right-of-ways to allow for eyes on the street and to mitigate potential crime. The building uses a blue metal accents, which will match the canopy. The blue is the branding color of Sunoco. The gas canopy was revised to have stone columns to match the building as well. With that, the CPC recommended docket number 9 for approval with conditions, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. I appreciate your letting us know. If I asked this already, I apologize. Anyone in the audience either for or against this proposal? Did I already ask that? Is there anyone in the audience? Okay, not seeing anyone raise their hands. Gentlemen, why should we, or Hillary and the other person, sorry, why should we approve your proposal today?
We believe that we meet all of the conditions that the city has put forth. Our client thinks that there's a need for a gas station in this area, and this is the location that they chose to serve the community. And so we would like to have approval on this project.
Okay. Any neighborhood opposition that you've heard from, Ms. Zare?
Nope, we have not had any opposition. We've hosted our meeting and there have not been any neighbors that have come forth to complain or bring any information to us. So we believe that everyone's in favor.
Great, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions? And for Mr. Barnes,
I did have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Stiller. Thank you.
Is there a community association or a neighborhood association that you're in? I mean, and I'm kind of driving at, did you reach out to anybody in the community, neighbors or community organizations, other than posting the sign?
It's the Tiffany Springs Neighborhood Association. We reached out to the head of the association, and then we also sent letters and held a public engagement meeting, which none of the surrounding property owners attended.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gorans, you had a question.
Yes, I noticed in the picture, there's a real nice building next to the land that you're going to build on. What kind of office is that building?
The land to the west of the proposed gas station? Is that what you're asking about, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
There's no proposed buildings set in place for that land right now. That was just part of the approved minor amendment that I think was originally started in 2009. So those are all future buildings. And at this time, there's no one set up for those lots.
Okay, thank you.
There is an existing veterinary's office to the north of this gas station, though, in the same development.
Is that what we saw in the pictures?
Yeah, that's the only other building existing within the development.
And they're okay with the gas station?
They've been notified and they have not had any comments about it.
The gas station was an original plan, which they are a part of, so.
Board members, any other questions? I've got a quick one. Is it going to be called Snack Attack? It's a cute name. I'm thinking that was just words thrown out there, right?
That will be the name.
It's a cute name. All right. All right. Board members, any other questions or comments? Okay. Motions, anybody? Oh, by the way, Ms. Zare, there were a number of conditions part of the CPC. Do you have any issues with any of those?
We do not.
Okay, perfect. All right. All right, board members.
Mr. Chair, I'd offer a motion on case 34.
Mr. Stellar, yes.
I would move that the board grant the request in accordance with staff report, site plan, and support documents contained therein, and conditions.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixtor. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed? The chair votes with the motion. This project passes. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone's time.
Sure. Should we go? Hey, Najma, where'd Najma go? Oh, there you are. Do we have number one back? Is he back?
I did not see them join.
Looks like Gerald Manafi, who I mentioned earlier, has just raised their hand. So let me promote them to a panelist and we'll see what they have to say.
There he is. Hello, Gerald. Turn on your camera and microphone when you have a moment. There he goes. There he is.
See me now?
There you go. Are you going to speak on case number docket 1, case number 30 today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so let me call that and then we'll swear you in and do the other details. So we're calling docket number 1, case number 30 with an address of 4319 Independence Avenue. And speaking is Gerald Manafi. And sir, I need to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
And could you state your name for the court reporter again?
It's Gerald Menifee.
Menifee, thank you, sir. I apologize.
No problem.
And on your case, it'll take me a second. We have a list of administrative exhibits, and I'll find which ones those are. I'm almost there. They're labeled 1 to 9, and they're on page 4 of your report. Do you have any problem with us admitting those exhibits to your case today?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Those are admitted. All right. As part of that proposal, we have Najma Muhammad, who's going to present your case to the board members today. Thank you.
Alrighty. Good afternoon again. Before us, we have docket item number 1, case CD SUP 2022-30 for 4319 Independence. The existing zoning on the subject site is split between B3-2 and 1-5, and it is under the Independence Corridor overlay. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for food and beverage retail sales, as they are unable to have a grocery store essentially without the use of the approval of a special use permit. The other uses that are being proposed, the coffee shop, offices, and residential uses and mixed-use buildings are permitted by right under the Independence Corridor overlay. The applicant held their public engagement meeting in person on August 6th, and they also attended the Likens Neighborhood meeting September 1st, where they received support from Likens Neighborhood. They also came and gave testimony at CPC, but did not provide a letter for the applicant. The applicant, as mentioned before, is Khaled Bende, and the owner of some of the property is Paula Michelle Hogue. So I will have questions for the representative of the applicant today in reference to the second owner.
Thank you.
This is the overview of the subject site in terms of location. Again, it's off Independence Avenue in the Independence Corridor overlay. This is the overview of the subject site, including this parcel as well as these 3 parcels here. So this is an improvement of an existing building. Some of the highlights of this project is it in the interest of public convenience, and will it have any significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community? The city staff recommends or proposes that this will be a benefit to the neighborhood, as it is contributing housing access as well as access to a grocery store for food and a co-working space. It is compatible as the surrounding neighborhoods are already established residential detached homes. And it is compatible because some of the other areas are commercial uses or either already commercial uses or commercial zones. And those commercial uses within this mixed use building will have appropriate operating hours as to not disturb the residential character of the neighborhood. This is a rendering of what they intend to make the site look like ultimately. This is the interior of the floor plan on the second floor where the studio apartments will be. This is the interior on the first level. This has since been amended, and I'll show you all those plans as well, essentially just to show the same garage doors and windows and door as that shown in the elevations. And they have moved some of the internal workings around to have the cash registers moved into the center of the store so that there are eyes on the front and back of the store at all times. Some of the concerns or the questions of the City Plan Commission is how are they going to be limiting uses or separating uses from the public access to the private access of those who actually live there. The applicant wishes to use this space as a community space for the residents, as well as options for those who come in for the coffee shop or working in these offices. Therefore, they'll be using a gate to gate off the coffee shop during times that the coffee shop is closed and not open to the public. This area will still be able to be accessed by the residents on the second floor, as well as the grocery store having operation hours that are compatible with the residential nature of the building and the neighborhood. These doors will be locked, so there won't be any access between this area of the building and this area of the building after a certain time. This too has been updated. City Plan Commission requested that the applicant offer a sidewalk here and some connectivity to allow for pedestrians who are getting out of their cars to access the store. They do also intend to add a door on this side elevation to accommodate people who are driving in versus those who are just walking up. CPC recommends approval with conditions contingent upon them applying those parts of the plan that I just discussed. And so now I'm going to show you that plan. I wanted to make sure you all understood that what the CPC saw and what they asked for.
Okay. Thank you, Najma. Very informative.
Thank you. So the first portion of what they asked for is that connectivity, so the sidewalk, pedestrian access and crosswalk across the parking lot itself, as well as a sidewalk here off of the building that is accessible to for ADA, as well as those just wanting to walk on the sidewalk versus down the middle of the parking lot with people coming in through this egress on Independence and the crosswalk here. So that is one request that they have met from the City Plan Commission's recommendation. There was some questions about convenience and crime in terms of where the registers were located. So instead of having them toward the back of the store, they'll have them here. It is my understanding that both or all of these doors will be available for entrance and exit. There won't be any there was some discussion of only having this be an entrance and this be an exit. We've since discussed that that is not the best use of the space and that all of these doors will be able to be used to access the grocery store, as well as this door here, which will be again locked when the grocery store is closed. And this area will only be accessible after a certain time by residents. This is the shutter door that we discussed that will be blocking off the coffee shop after certain hours. And the other request was just adjusting the drawing so that the interior drawings match the exterior elevation, showing that they're keeping the garage door to add to their transparency of the space, as well as these windows here. And for some reason, in my sincerest apologies, there's supposed to be a variant slide that I'm almost certain I put in the slideshow, but it is currently not in the slideshow. So I'm going to show you all the conditions and read off to you the variances they need for the transparency requirements on Independence, if you all don't mind.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. This is in the staff report as well for reference under the conditions report. So with that being said, the Independence Corridor overlay requires 70% transparency on Independence Corridor, on the Independence Corridor side, or the Independence Avenue rather side of the building. And if it's on a corner lot, it requires 40% on the that additional street. And in this case, they're in need of I'll show you all this again. Their need of variances to this portion of the building on Kensington, the east elevation, and the north elevation on Independence Avenue. Therefore, the applicant is in need of a variance of 48% to the northern elevation requirement and 29% for the eastern elevation to allow for the existing windows and some additional doors to be used to meet their transparency requirements under the Independence Corridor overlay standards. That concludes my presentation. My apologies for the last minute. Okay.
No worries. No, it's all good.
Naja.
I think I
Looks
asked.
like Tom had a question.
Yeah, I'm going to let Mr. Menifee go first. Unless you had, would you have a question for Tom Gordon?
I didn't see the drive-through part, the drive-through grocery store.
Unfortunately, we did, so it was originally named drive-through grocery store because the plan was for them to have a drive-through literally through the portion of the store that had the garage. But because of some fire and health concerns, we took that away from the project. I was really excited about it too. But like ventilation, all of those things are a bit more extra cost than what can be accommodated at this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Menifee, why should we approve your project today?
Well, I believe it'll be a benefit to the community as a whole. One, it's a building that's been there, I think, as I understand, it's been unused for about 10 years now. And it'll put it back, a good building back into service for use. Move an eyesore of sorts, I guess. It'll also provide some, they're also supposed to be providing some services within this building to help people get back on their feet. The apartments on the top floor are supposed to be temporary use apartments for people trying to get back into the workforce, with the offices downstairs to be used for areas to work, to apply for jobs, to meet with people, do whatever's necessary in that extent. They also have a conference room down there. And as well as the grocery, they're providing some additional grocery availability to the neighborhood itself. So the gentleman feels that it would be a benefit to the community as a whole.
I see. Thank you. Ms. Najma, I've got a question. Because those apartments are upstairs, do they need parking, or is that covered? Usually there's parking restrictions.
So the parking is required 1 per unit. They have met that requirement, as well as the requirement for the office and cafe grocery store uses.
Curious, is that on-site parking or is that street parking?
It's on site, so the parking lot to the west of the building accommodates their requirement.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board members, you have some more questions? Each case is kind of bleeding past each other. Did I ask for opposition in this case? If I didn't, anyone in the audience opposed or support?
There currently is nobody in the audience raising their hand. I'm glad to know that you lost track of it as well as I did.
Thank you, Mr. Clements. All right. Board members, questions for the applicant, Mr. Menifee? All right. I got one other comment. Mr. Menifee, I too was very excited about the drive-through prospect of the grocery, even though I don't even live near there. I just thought it was kind of cute. So I'm sorry that didn't work out, but it looked fun. All right.
Oh, well, you don't always get what you ask for the first time.
Yeah. All right. Board members? Questions, motion?
I guess I'll offer another motion.
Come on, Randy, bring it up.
In case number 30, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report and conditions therein.
Perfect. I have a motion from Ms. Mixtor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. The chair votes with the motion. Your project is approved. Good luck with it, Mr. Menifee. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Now, I think we're jumping to docket number 17, maybe?
12.
What, 12?
12.
Yeah. It's, I know it's getting too exciting.
I know you got excited there, but
I did. Okay, now we're going to call docket number 12, case number 127 with an address of 5435 Northwest Parkdale Road. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
I am promoting a Curtis Bundy.
Thank you. What page are we on, Randy?
I believe 138.
Thank you. Mr. Bundy, we'll be right with you. Turn on your microphone and camera when you have a chance. There he is. Give me a second here. Sorry. I'm almost there, sir. Give me a quick second. Okay, there we are. Sorry. All right, sir. I need to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today? You're cutting out, Mr. Bundy. Okay, you.
Curtis Bundy, I do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Looks like your internet connection is a little bit slow today, but that's fine. As part of your case, sir, we have, well, first, we only have 4 board members here today. We need unanimous approval for this project from all 4 board members for it to pass through. If any one of us does not like the project, it will fail. Should we go forward with 4, or do you want to wait till next month when we have 5?
Please proceed, sir.
All right, we will. As part of your case, sir, on page 3, there are administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. We need those exhibits in order to hear your case today. Do you have a problem with us admitting those exhibits?
I did not.
Thank you. Those are all admitted to the case. And we have Najma to talk about the case and present it to our board. Thank you, Ms. Najma.
First, I can't just walk away.
No.
Okay, before us, we have docket item number 12, CDBZA 2022-127. This is located at 5435 Northwest Parkdale Road in an R80 district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the lot and building standards for a detached home on a non-conforming lot. This is the location of the subject site. This is an aerial view of the subject site. As you can see, the lot area and width. Okay, maybe you can't see that, but generally speaking, it is not the standard lot area and width that you would see in an R80 district. This is a site plan showing where they are proposing the detached home. The concrete drive is in compliance should the width and lot area be approved, and all of their setbacks will be in compliance based on the existing width. Okay. So the first variance is to the lot width, which is 54, a proposed lot width of 54 feet, requesting a variance of 96 feet. The second variance is to the lot area. The requirement is 80,000 for minimum for a dwelling unit for a R80 district. Their current lot area is 17,373.3. This is a request for a variance in the amount of 62,626.7 square feet. Obviously, they cannot take land from someone else unless they were to sell it. So there is not a way to obviate the need for this variance unless they decide to go elsewhere. And that concludes my presentation. I believe the applicant has their own presentation that I can also pull up if the board wants to see it.
Okay. Before we do that, do we have any members in the audience who are either for or against this proposal? Will you please raise your hand if you are either for or against it?
There is an Alex Mullock that I am promoting to a panelist.
Okay, great. Hello, Mr. Mullock. Are you for or against this proposal today?
We are against.
All right. I'm going to swear you in. We're going to let other people speak, but I'll be ready for you at that point.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this case today?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporters.
Alex Mullock.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Bundy, you're asking for a lot of variance today. Why don't you tell us why we should grant this this motion or this proposal to you?
Well, the fortunately, the zoning that was implemented on the lot and the constraints that it has makes it almost nearly impossible to, actually in this case, makes it impossible to construct a single family home. Whenever this neighborhood was rezoned to the R80 zoning, it was best my understanding that it went from agriculture zoning and just received this R80 blanket zoning. And in the neighborhood, there are currently, my notes here that I have, 72 home sites total. And know that 85% of those do not meet the R80 zoning of 80,000 square foot. There has been some assemblage done in the neighborhood. The 11 home sites have had assemblage done to them, and still 6 of those sites that were assembled together into multiple lots do not meet the requirement for that as well. Unfortunately, with these constraints, it's just not physically possible without this relief being granted to construct a single family home.
Right. You cut out. Come back.
Are you there?
Yeah, I mean, you cut out.
Okay.
You said it's not available to construct a single family home, then I lost you.
Yeah, I just went silent, sir. With that and the things that I've uploaded and you have in your possession, we were just asking you grant us the variance so we can, build a house there.
Is that for your own personal residence, Mr. Bundy?
It's for the Bundy Family Trust, which I am a member of, and also my parents.
Right.
And they're sitting beside me today here on the call.
Right. All right. Like I said, it's just you're asking for a lot variance.
I do understand that.
Go ahead.
The property that's going to be built, Ms. Nashua said that it does on the north side, we have an 8-foot setback on the north property line. On the southern property line, over 10 foot there, the driveway, everything meets the setback requirements for a relaxed zone variance on this. And it's not possible to assemble any other land to it. There are numerous other home sites and homes built in the neighborhood that take up, have a smaller lot size and also take up more ground on the lot than what the home we're looking to construct does.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just there hasn't really I think the 2009 been much new construction in the area. I don't know if it's because of zoning constraints that would play the issue in that, but it's made it not possible.
Let me hear from Mr. Mullock. What's your comments today?
Hey, can you hear me?
We can, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your time. I'm the neighbor across the street from the lot. One of the other neighbors tried to get on, but he couldn't figure out how to use the Zoom call. So I'm speaking for him as well. And it's nothing personal against Mr. Bundy. We just think that building another house in the cul-de-sac would diminish the desirability of the neighborhood. It is a very unique neighborhood. It has almost a country-like feel to it. There's only 4 houses on the cul-de-sac. It almost feels like you're driving back into the Ozarks or something like that. It's very wooded and tucked in. privacy is really its key component to the neighborhood. And I know that all the other neighbors appreciate that about it. And that's really what makes our neighborhood unique. And we don't want to lose that. We feel like there's ample space around each house currently. One of the neighbors to the west, I know they've been there a long time. I'm not speaking for them, but they've been there a long time. Their family used to own multiple lots around there. So it definitely feels like home to them. They've been there a long time. And that's our main concern, is that we're not wanting to lose the more private feel of the neighborhood.
Right. Okay. Are there, Mr. Bundy, are there other homes in the cul-de-sac that are built on this narrow lot area? Are you going to be the first one?
Yes, sir. The lot to the, reference my notes up here. Looking at aerial image, the house that would be to the east side is an 11,814 square foot lot with a home that has a gross living area on the main floor of 960 square feet. It does have a single car garage to the front of it that towards the street. And from the aerial image, from lot line, I was able to measure from the build line to that garage built to the front, only has an area of less than 10 feet from that. The house that sits to the west side of the proposed building site, or be to the north actually right there. Yes, sir. That is a 38,440 square foot lot with a house that is 2,175 square foot. Aerial measurements from KCMO Parcel Viewer did show that I believe it was a 30-foot setback or a 35-foot setback is what that home that you're currently pointing at right there did have. From the site plan, you can see that was submitted. The house we're looking to build would be 40-foot setback from the road and would not impede any person's view from, standing on their porch down the road, protrude, past the front of their homes in any way to impede their view. It is a 2-bedroom home that we're looking to construct. Would not bring any more excess traffic, excess noise, any kind of detrimental lot characteristics, any kind of drainage issues, noise or congestion up there. I do understand, the seclusion and peacefulness, and that's what is so attractive about it, and that myself, my parents, think is so great about the neighborhood, and, would love the opportunity to be able to share in and enjoy that as the others around, have been able to. And so we do understand that in the process of constructing the home, there will be, of course, some, minimal traffic, but there is enough ample space for them to park off the road and keep their equipment and any of that is necessary in order to complete the project, off and not impede, the neighbors in any way. And we're, any kind of issues, concerns, whatever, willing to work with, the neighbor, Mr. Moloch, and anyone else to, make sure that we don't impede or infringe on, their quality of, daily life or anything in that manner.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
I have a question for staff, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering, how did it end up with non-buildable lots in an R80 district? I mean, is this a plat that's been there for years, or do we have a copy of the plat map for this area?
I did not pull it up in my review, but I can pull it up for you all if you give me a second.
I do have one that's in my PowerPoint presentation to show the Parkdale Wood subdivision in that was uploaded to Compass, and also that I have that I can screen share with you.
We'll have to admit that there'll be Exhibit 10 if we start sharing that or admitting it.
And just for your info, Mr. Chair, we have 3 more folks raising their hands now. Would you like me to promote them to panelists?
Yes, please.
And if I was on Google Maps just now, it looked like there was a house there previously. Is that correct? It looks like I can see some foundation walls and potentially a garage entry spot.
That's correct.
Do we know when that was demolished, or did it start construction and never finish? It looked like an interesting construction site.
I believe there's a tear down at one point in time due to fire or wind damage, storm damage.
Okay, thank you.
How long-
May I chime in on that?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
We could find that out. I believe it was never finished. We could ask one of the other neighbors. It was his family who started that, so we could find that if you need it at a later date.
I was just curious, kind of following up on Mr. Stiller's comment of how this could be buildable, but it looks like at one point in time, they were in the process of building. So I wasn't quite sure if that was before this was rezoned to R80 and it was a non-issue, or if there'd be another case that was associated with that particular home on that lot.
It had been there a long time before they started construction. There was a lot of overgrowth and trees growing up around it. And it had been there for a long time, but that's all I know about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's swear in these two new people. We've got another Mr. Mullick and Mr. Williams. So please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter today, this hearing today? Please state your name, and either I do or don't. Go ahead.
Richard Coughley, I do.
Okay, and the other, Andy?
I do, Andy Williams.
Thank you, sir. Okay. And Mr. Mullick, maybe senior. What's your first name, sir?
Richard.
Richard. Okay, thank you. All right. All right, your comments. Let's go with Mr. Richard Mullick first.
It's Richard Coughley, and I have lived next door for 17 years. I own the property straight to the south of the lot, and the lot is only 55 feet wide. All other houses on this subdivision mine is 300 feet apart. Most houses are well over 100, and I have a safety reason. With a setback variance, it could easily burn down all three houses because of the closeness. And the lot that they chose is the closest lot to any house by ever. And also the foundation that was there for 35 years, I believe was, not finished for that very reason, because 8 foot, it's literally, I could hear that toilet flush if the window was open. So for that reason, I'm opposed against it, and the safety reasons about a fire would burn houses on both sides. And also, I don't know where they could put the construction materials once this thing even started. They would have to be out in the street, as again, the lot is only 55 feet wide.
Right, right.
So those are my very major concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, your concerns.
Yes, I'll echo Alex's sentiment about the character of our neighborhood. It's got a very rural feel. I believe that most of the lots are large. Definitely the houses are very far apart. To that point, I believe most of the people in our neighborhood, they sought this neighborhood out, and it probably took them a long time to find a piece of property like this. I think everybody in the neighborhood would like to see the character of the neighborhood stay in such a state where the houses are generally widely spread apart. I also fear that this could set a potential precedent for future subdivision of lots. And I believe if that were to happen, as an example, somebody sells their house, somebody comes in and says, you know what, I've got a 3-acre lot here. I'm going to bust it up into 3 half-acre lots and 1.5 acres, and I'm going to sell these other 3 half acres. Now we have 4 houses where 1 was at. And I believe that could potentially affect property values in the area.
All right.
To that, Najma, if somebody applied for a lot split that would result in a non-conforming lot, is that allowable?
No, they would have to go through a variance process if they wanted to do at this time, any subdivision greater than 5 lots requires them to go through a major subdivision entitlement process, which places you before City Plan Commission and City Council. But if any lots were to be split, that would result in anything in this particular case less than 80,000 square feet and less than 150 feet in width. They would not be allowed to do that without the grant of a variance from the Board of Zoning Adjustment.
And they could go before the board and seek a variance just like we're doing today.
Right.
This is correct. However, in this case, this is a lot that's already in existence. I would have to do a little bit more research as to how and at what point it was split, but I'll share my screen again here. If you could please mute, I don't know who's unmuted right now. I'm getting some feedback. Okay, so this is on our parcel viewer, we can look at the subdivisions. This is part of the Parkdale Woods subdivision. And the pink lines are the previously approved platted lines. So as you can see here, this was a previously approved platted line that has since been, we'll say, quote unquote, erased, as you can't see these lines in real life, but this lot at some point, or these 2 lots at some point was combined. In the reverse of that, this lot here was originally approved as 1 lot, and at some point the lot was split. Again, I would have to do a little bit more research to figure out why the lot was split, who approved the lot split, etc. But that is what we're looking at in terms of how this lot has become what it is today.
But we don't, I see that, but we don't, to your point, we don't know when that happened. That could have been any number of years ago.
Correct. So depending on when it happened, it could have been at a time when the lot and building standards were different and allowed for it. It could have been approved in another platting at another point in the platting process, but the cases that I'm seeing that I have ready access to at this time is not indicating any information in terms of when this lot was split and at what point.
Okay.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Bundy, we heard some testimony a few minutes ago about if this house was constructed, you'd be 8 feet from the other home. That seems pretty close. Or am I wrong?
No, not from the home. That's from the setback to the side of the house. So there'd be a greater distance in between the homes. The 8 foot is just from the property line that we have to the edge of the home that we are looking to construct.
Right.
If I may interject as well, I'm sorry, I meant to say this before. All of our lot and building standard requirements, and I can pull those up. We do require the side yard setback to be based on the lot width. So keeping in mind that if you were to approve them at a 55-foot lot width, their required side yard setback would be 5.5. As well as anything greater than 5 feet from the property line, from their property line, will trigger building permits to require them to have certain fire rated walls. I heard that come up as a concern before. So while it's different from this is certainly different from most areas we see in our 80 districts in terms of the codified lot and building standards that they would have to go by. It'd be based off the standard requirements for setbacks. The maximum required front yard setback being 40 feet, maximum required rear yard setback being 50 feet, the side yard setback being based off the lot width of 10% of the lot width with a maximum required 8 feet. And again, anything closer to the property line than 5 feet would require fire rated walls.
All right. Thank you, Najma. I also have it reminds me of a rural area, yet these houses, the house proposed is kind of right on top of another one. And giving such a big lot variance sets precedence for future cases, Mr. Bundy. I don't know.
May I show you? Sir, may I show you other map of the neighborhood to the southern portion where there are lots smaller lots that are
well, you could, sir, but I'm more concerned about this particular road as it turns into a cul-de-sac. Yes. I don't know. Board members, what's your thoughts? Any other questions?
So thoughts are, we've got what amounts to I'm assuming since the lot was split from the original plat, there it is. It's essentially, at this point, I guess, a legal lot, but with that current zoning on it, it's rendered non-buildable. So I don't know, how does one come across a greater hardship? I mean, it doesn't matter how small a house you build it, you can't build anything on it. It's been rendered non-buildable in total. And this board is the only place that lot can be rendered into a buildable situation. So it's a mess.
Yeah. Mr. Mullick Senior, it's not Mullick, I can't remember his name, but it says
Coughley.
Yeah, Coughley. Do you have your raised hand? Do you want to make a comment, sir? Or is it?
Also had a major question about the septic for this teeny lot. As I had to put a septic system in less than about 10 years ago, and it required 100-foot level area to put a line 3 feet apart. So it's actually 2 lines, 100 foot on a level area when I built my house about 17 years ago.
Right.
So I don't know how it could possibly fit, and the back of the lot dropped straight off too, so
right
into a creek. So I just wanted to throw that in.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Bundy, when did you purchase this lot? Maybe I missed that.
This lot was purchased, I believe it was 3 years ago, and the trust just went to the trust name relatively recently.
Okay, thank you.
About 4 months ago. And it's for the septic system that's had a septic company and master plumber out there looking at that design, and it won't be from what they've said, won't be an issue to put a adequate septic system in for the size of the house and the number of occupants. A little more than be able to put a system in to support the home.
Right. So, Mr. Stiller, your comment about the lot size being unbuildable. So, based on our 80 standards, it's never going to be able to be built, is it? What's your thoughts?
Exception, I would want to, I guess I'd like to move that the board go into closed session for legal advice.
Do we have a legal? All right. Okay.
I believe that Elward is online, though his camera is off currently. That is our legal counsel today.
Yeah, I saw him earlier, but yeah,
I'm here.
He is here. Okay.
You're back? Okay, there he is. All right, so we've been asked to go to closed session pursuant to section 610.021 (1) RSMO code. I need to call a roll on that. Let's see here. Mr. Stiller.
Aye.
Ms. Mixdorf.
Aye.
Ms. Gorence. Mr. Gorence. Yeah, you're muted, but I think you said aye. Take yourself off mute, Tom.
Aye.
Aye. And Evans says aye. The chair says aye. So we will be back after we go to a closed session for legal counsel. And stand by. It could be, anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes, but we'll be back. Thank you.
Board members, everybody should have a Teams link on your calendar, so that's the one we should be using.
Mixture, you want to send that, do you have,
Joe sent it previously, but I can forward it if needed.
like today, or is that?
No,
like
like when this meeting got set up.
Yeah.
So it should just be on your calendar as a placeholder, but I will forward it to everybody.
All right, thanks again. I appreciate it.
And did you want the court reporter to join or no?
No, he doesn't join on the legal.
I don't join. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Randy?
Randy, Tom.
Yeah, sorry, I was off mute. I was trying to forward you guys the stuff. What's up?
So what do I you lower this screen or what do you do then? I forgot.
It's just a calendar invite. You just join a Teams call. So you'll mute on this one and or Jared, do you have access to that invite? You don't? Okay, just a second. I'll get it forwarded. So mute on Zoom. I will re-forward you this invite that Joe had previously sent, and you should just join the link that says click here to join the meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
I just sent it to you all. Hey, Jared, I just sent you a message in Zoom. You could take a peek at that.
Thank you, Randy. see, we're waiting for Lawrence and Evans.
All right, okay. Tom, are you able to join the meeting?
Did you, hey? Yeah, I can hear you on the phone. I'm going to do by audio, not.
Okay, can you hear me now?
So
Tom, you can hear me, right? Yeah.
I can hear you.
You might want to call the 800 number and dial in that way. Do you want me to give you that number, sir?
I think I have it. Let me go back here.
It's an 877, and then you put in a meeting ID, and then you can just talk on the phone. Do you see it?
Hold on, I'm gonna go back to it. I mean, I'm on a different.
Okay.
Yes.
We can.
Okay, sounds good.
Are you guys there?
Yeah, Evans is here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you see that 877 number?
No, it's an 872. I'm on the wrong one, I guess.
No, you might be 872. Yeah, it is 872. It's 872. 212, do you see it?
Yeah, 212-5076.
Yeah, and then you dial that, and then you enter that meeting ID code to the right, and then you can talk on the phone, okay? And take yourself on mute on Zoom, please, Tom, and mute your camera.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I need someone to let me back in.
We could hear you, Tom.
Tom, we could hear you say that.
Yeah.
So I think you just need to turn your camera on. You just muted yourself?
Yeah, but I turned the camera on, it says you can't start your video because the host has stopped it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He'll turn you back on.
There you are.
There you are, Tom. You're live. So where do we got? Where's Mixie? Mix there. Clemens, Stiller. Okay. I'll need a motion to come out of closed session pursuant to section 610.021 parentheses 1 RSMO.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Gorns. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. I need to call roll call on this. So Ms. Mixdorf,
Aye.
Mr. Gorns,
Aye.
Mr. Stiller,
Aye.
and Evans votes aye as well. We're now out of closed session. Tom Stiller, how do you feel about talking about what goes next?
Yes, I would move that the board continue this case to not the October 11th, but what the hearing after, what is that date?
I believe that's November 8th. I can double check now. It is.
I would move that the board continue this case to the November 8th hearing to allow staff some time to do some research to determine, to provide us more information about how this lot came into existence.
And so I have a motion from Tom. I would like to make a comment. I'll take a second, then I need to make a comment.
Second.
Okay, thanks, Gordon. So Mr. Bundy, we don't have enough legal information about this lot to make a decision today. And so we need some research time for our legal staff and our administrative staff to look at cases and look at your particular situation, so we have more of an education on what to do in a month and a half. But we can't research it that quickly for the October meeting. So we just have to push it off till then. Sir.
Okay, I totally understand.
Okay, thank you. So I had a motion and a second. All those in favor of that?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. And opposed? The chair votes with the motion. We'll see everyone back November 8th. Thank you also to the call-ins and the other people in the neighborhood who called in and gave their comments. I do appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Okay, now, because of legal ramifications, we have to take a break for city staff. So we're going to do that for 15 minutes. So we'll see everyone back here. I'd like to do it 5 to 3, but it's okay if we have to go to 3. 5 to 3, I'd love to do it. Okay, everybody?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you back at 5 to 3. See you. Coming back, who we missing?
I think we're
Just the
court reporter, maybe.
Waiting for a few staffers, yeah.
We've got Jared. That's all we need.
That's right.
Najma.
Come on, guys.
Hold on.
Ah, we need Najma.
We have Najma. That's all we need.
Yeah.
I must say I'm disappointed.
Understandably so.
Me too.
Yeah, a lot more to go, don't we?
Well, your video wasn't on my screen until after I said that.
Once again, disappointed. Very much a you problem, Stiller.
Lame. That was a lame attempt. Digging out of a hole.
Looks like we
Are
have.
we ready, or are we on 17? Docket 17?
Yes, we are.
That's what I thought. Thank you, Jared.
And in the report, that's actually item number 1 on the labels. So it's page 8 of the report. 17 and 1 were swapped.
So we go to page 8. Who said that? Randy? So we go to page 8 in the docs or whatever. Wow.
Well, I need a GPS assistance on this one.
It's all about the labels, guys. Labels are helpful.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I don't have labels.
Well, I'm sure they're there.
You have the superior software over there, or maybe it's the brain power too.
I was gonna say user error, but I won't.
I can do that. I can do that.
So did you say page 8?
Yes.
Right? Okay, I'm almost there.
So it'll say item number 1, but it has the appropriate address for docket number 17.
Which is 6801 Homes.
Correct.
Thank you, Randy.
Wait,
I've got 4309 Independence Avenue on number 1, page 8.
We've done that one.
Yeah.
Maybe Randy's using it.
Somebody's opening the corrected link and somebody's opening the original link.
Ah.
The corrected link, I fixed it. The reports were switched.
Okay.
Sounds like
I
that's
have the original.
you have
Sorry.
the original. Tom Stiller has the new one.
Yeah, I think I've got the new one too. You find
I
the page number,
apologize.
Tom, let me know.
It's because the case number was 30 in both of them. So I probably.
So
Almost.
what case number am I looking for?
We're docket 17, case number 30.
CDBZA 30, not SUP 30.
1730 is what I'm looking for. Docket 17, number 30.
Correct.
Okay, so
Gotta
17.
be around page 175.
With an address of 6801 Homes.
Yeah,
6801 home.
yeah, I'm there.
May I ask
Page
the
number 179 on the new docket. Page 179 on the new docket.
Oh, I would have been forever. Okay, 179.
I just wanted to know, what does the court reporter type in times like this?
Well, here's what we
The moment you go on record, I type everything. So slow down. No, I'm just kidding.
6801 homes. I'm there.
Yep.
Finally.
All right, we're ready to come back out of break? I think we are. All right, continuing the September 22nd docket of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. We're on docket number 17, case number 30, with an address of 6801 Holmes Road. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
The applicant on this case is Albert Ray. They do not have their hand raised, but I do see them in the attendees list. I'm going to promote them to a panelist.
Okay.
And I guess we'll see if they accept the promotion.
If not, we can push them toward the end of the docket because they did email me telling me they had a meeting at 2 because of things being shifted a little bit. And then if it gets late and we still don't hear from them, we can of course continue it.
Okay. We did docket 19, didn't we? Why do I feel like the Avitas?
Yes.
So that would bring us to docket item number 23, if we decide to hold that case.
Which one, Jared?
23.
Okay. So that's where we're at this very second, correct? All right, docket 23. Case number 123 with an address of 2924 Harrison Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
I am promoting a Brandy Pretty Campbell and a Dylan from Heartland Decks.
Okay. Okay, 20. Is he there? Trying to get to the case. I'm not there yet. Thanks. Okay.
Page 207 in mine. I
Okay,
have the
thank
older
you.
one, but I think it might still work for that one.
207 in mine as well.
Thank you. All right. All right. Ms. Campbell, good afternoon to you. Thank you for being patient as we got through these cases. We only have 4 board members here today, so I want to make sure you can either let us hear your case, but you need unanimous support, or you can wait till the October meeting where you have 5 board members. What would you like to do?
We wish to proceed with this one.
Okay, great. And Jared, I'm just seeing Miss Campbell. Is there anybody else? No.
It's Dylan Smith with Heartland X, but I'll be the primary one
Oh, I see Dylan down there.
speaking.
All right. If Dylan wants to turn on his microphone and camera, I need to have him sworn in before he can give any testimony. So I see Dylan lighting up a little bit.
For some reason, my camera doesn't want to connect.
That's
to this,
okay.
this app.
I'll do the honor system. Please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And say your name, Brandy.
Brandy Pretty Campbell, I do.
Okay, and Dylan?
I do, Dylan Smith.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. On your case, there are administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. They're on page 3, and we need those in order to hear your case. Do I have your permission to admit those exhibits?
You have my permission.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And part of that is a presentation by staff, and that would be Jared Clemens. And Jared, I'm ready when you are.
All right, fantastic. Give me 1 second here to share my screen. So before us, we have docket item number 23. This is case number CDBZA 2022-00123, located at 2924 Harrison Street, zoning district R-2.5. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of variances to accessory structure requirements. They intend to build a carport that has a solar array on the roof of it in order to protect their cars and also generate energy. So this is the location of the subject site. It's within the boundaries of the greater downtown area plan. This is their site plan. I've circled the carport in question. There is a home there, and you can see that the red lines indicate the solar system. Much of it is on the roof of the home, but then they want to build this structure as well to also accommodate some solar panels. This is what the structure will look like from the street. There will be two variances necessary for this case, one for the height of the structure and the other for the area. So I will move on to the case factors for those two variances now. The first is the height variance. It's a 9.5 inch height variance. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. The next one is the area variance. That's 550 square feet. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is also not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Do we have anyone in the audience that is either for or against this project? If so, please raise your hand.
No one from the audience is currently raising their hand.
All right, thank you. Ms. Campbell, why should we approve your project today?
Hey, first off, I want to say, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you for your time and listening for our request. We started the project with the Storks back in 2021 and their project to go solar. We recommend that their system size is between 39 and 42 kW, and the system in question that we have right now is 31.82, which is a little bit less in size. They've shrunk the size and added a battery to accommodate the structure size, because the desired array size that would needed for that size system would actually be closer to 35 by 35 square feet on a like solar canopy or carport, the carport structure. Originally, the project started off with a much larger ground mount. Sorry, my apologies. And the customers and ourselves decided that we would like to propose, instead of the large ground mount system, this carport structure to maximize the space in the yard, making it more aesthetically pleasing to those who drive by, and the community garden next to it. We've maxed out as much as we can out on the roof, as you've seen in the site plan for arrays. And if we're already reduced the size of the solar system as a whole, and they would not be able to fully achieve their real energy independence that they are looking for, and the help in doing helping with their financial hardship regarding the electrical bill, the very high electrical bills that they are currently facing, if we reduce their size of their system much more.
Okay. All right. Any other solar arrays in the area? Ms. Campbell?
I do know that there's a lot of solar arrays in the Kansas City, Missouri area. I do not know if there's any in that direct neighborhood, but I would assume so.
And these are all roof mounted arrays, is that right?
They're roof mounted arrays because the variance is for the carport structure, but the need for the size of the carport structure to be of that size, which is less than the square footage which would be required for a garage, which would be used for a similar function of parking their cars on within, because we kept that in mind with the design.
Right.
And
okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here. Board members, do you have any comments or questions on this?
What did the neighbors say? I walk this area often. I know a lot of people in my neighborhood just have the solar panels on their roof, not a standalone structure. So the Longfellow Neighborhood Association, had they provided any commentary?
This one actually doesn't fall under the homeowners association.
Right, but just the neighborhood.
Yeah, there's no opposition that we've been aware of with the homeowners. I believe they've talked to the neighbors and haven't had any problems. Across the street from them is the Technical Institute, and to the south of them is the community garden. And then the neighbors to the north of them wouldn't be able to even see the array because the house itself would block it. And then to the west side, they have a line of trees, which would also block the array, so it wouldn't be with any views of the neighbors.
I guess my biggest concern was the community garden, since I know that is so heavily used by so many in that neighborhood. And that
Yeah.
wouldn't be directly in sight of the carport.
Which is why we went with this approach instead of the ground mount or trying to shove it into the main houses where the roof is more detailed and putting it on there, which doesn't require a variance. We're keeping that in mind.
Okay. I'm just curious, is it a battery system or is it, do you sell the power back to the utility?
Both. So it does have a battery attached to it. So it's a sunlight backup. So as long as the sun is out, it'll be powering it and then it will fill up the battery. But if say it is nighttime and all the battery has been drained, then it would kick on to the grid.
Okay. All right.
As a third backup.
Right.
So it wouldn't be completely removed from the grid, but
right.
It wouldn't put much strain on the grid either.
Remind me, you added the batteries as a means to reduce the footprint of the carport?
Yes, but we can't adding more batteries when to do it because you have to produce the energy for it to be stored into the batteries.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay. And no neighbor opposition, so I don't know. Board members, what's your thoughts and your emotions? Dylan, did you want to offer anything? Nope. Okay.
I have one more question. Will this be placed at the back end or the west end of their existing driveway then? Is that the goal?
Yeah, it'll be on the back side of the existing driveway lined up with the front of the house. So it wouldn't be in the front yard.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, motions and or other further comments?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would move in case 123 that the board grant the requested variances consistent with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And opposed? Chair votes with the motion and good luck with your project. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no worries. Next case is docket number 24, case number 125 with an address of 1614 Summit Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand? Maybe Tyler Kopp?
I am promoting Tyler Kopp to a panelist.
Great. Okay. Where'd he go? There he is. Hello, Mr. Kopp. Good afternoon to you. Sorry for the delay, but you're on now. So
Been very interesting.
Yeah, thank you. We only have 4 board members. Do you want to continue on with 4? Or do you want to wait with 5? And that way you get 1 negative vote and still get your project approved.
I'd like to proceed, please.
Okay, great. Let me swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Tyler Kopp, and yes.
Okay, perfect. There's a number of administrative exhibits we need for your case today. They're on page 3, and they're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any problem with us admitting those exhibits for your case today?
No, sir.
Thank you. Part of those exhibits is a presentation by staff about your case, and Mr. Clements is going to present that to us today. Jared, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So before us, we have docket item number 24. This is case number BZA 2022-00125, located at 1614 Summit Street, zoning district R-2.5. Applicant in this case is seeking approval of lot width variances to allow their lot to be split along the original lot lines. So this is the location of the subject site. It's in the west side area of the city, specifically in the greater downtown area plan. This is a zoomed in figure of the subject site. You can see here it's a bit wider than the surrounding lots, and appears to be a combination of two of the originally platted lots. It is the desire of the applicant to split these lots again to how they were originally created. That is not possible without a variance on each lot. After the variance is, if the variance is approved, a minor subdivision can occur and resplit these two parcels. The current single parcel is 66 feet wide, and they plan on splitting it to two 33-foot lots. So for the case factors for the lot widths, they're going to appear much the same, but there's technically two variances on this property. The northern is for lot 36 of the original subdivision, and that is a 7-foot variance to leave a 33-foot wide lot. The requirement is for 40 feet. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance. Second is for lot 37, which is the southern lot. It's 7 feet for a 33-foot wide lot. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is also not anticipated. The difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
All right. Do we have anyone in the audience today that would like to oppose or support this request for variance? If so, please raise your hand.
We have Richard Hernandez here that would like to speak to the case as well. I'm going to promote them to a panelist.
And Mr. Hernandez, turn on your camera and microphone when you have a second. Hello, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Are you support or opposition, sir?
Questions first.
Okay, I've got to swear you in, and then I'll give you an opportunity after Mr. Kopp speaks. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth this afternoon in this case before you?
I do.
And your name?
Richard Hernandez.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Kopp, why should we approve this lot split for you today?
I have lived in the West Side since 2008. I built a home on the north end of that property. When the opportunity became available, I bought the house to the south, which included this double original platted lot, and lived there since then until about November of last year. And I've enjoyed the neighborhood and everything about it. And I believe that by splitting this off, I would be able to offer the opportunity for another family to enjoy not only just the West Side, but downtown Kansas City.
All right. Kind of a small lot though, isn't it? 33 feet wide. You need variances once you start to build the home, I think.
You know, what's funny is the house that I built there was 26 by 27 and perfectly suitable for my needs. I lived there in that particular residence for 7.5 years and enjoyed everything about the neighborhood itself. So I know that there's quite a diverse number of properties that are discussed even just from listening today, but downtown and urban living is about often being outside of your home and enjoying the community more than it is like being inside the house itself. So you work with the parameters that you're given. I'm not asking for any variances for the front or the back. It's something that I believe I can build within the footprints that is allowed.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hernandez, your concerns.
I'd like to see a picture of the home. Could you show that? Existing home?
I'm not sure we have that. Mr. Clements may be able to show that to us.
The existing home to the south, is that what you'd like to see, Mr. Hernandez?
The home that he lives in today. The home that he occupies, yes.
Is that on the south, Mr. Kopp?
It would be.
I am sharing my screen now. It's just Google Street View.
So that's the brick home, sir, is the one you're in now. Is that right, Mr.
Yes.
Kopp?
I do own that one, yes.
And I believe this one to the right, set back a bit, is that the home you built?
Yes.
And then in between is what, if this was approved and the minor subdivision was approved, would become a vacant lot.
Yes, and if I may also say, the concrete house that sits there towards the back, that was actually built on a 30-foot wide lot. So the lot we're requesting today is actually 33 feet and wider than that prior.
The 3 homes on one lot, or they're separate? They're all separate lots.
Separate lots, sir.
My concern is the trail. Where are they going to park at?
There's currently a blacktop. If from the aerial you can see on that specific lot we're proposing there, it's kind of right where the cursor is. That's actually a blacktop area there. So we actually have a wonderful alley, a very usable alley, which is not always the case in some of the downtown neighborhoods. So I have always parked there off of the alley, and they will, the house will be set up in such a way that it would be parking in the back. Actually, there won't be any access as far as a drive or curb cut or anything from the summit at all.
So you live in one and rent the other?
I live in the brick house, and I have since sold the concrete house on the north side of the property.
Okay. Yeah, I was just a little worried of overcrowding, no parking. And I know that the city is working on the ADU, and that has not passed yet. And I think we need to wait on that, but the other neighbors are not complaining. But as president of the West Side Neighborhood Association, I have concerns about that, especially the ADU. Are you familiar with that? Accessory dwelling units that the city council is working on and planning department, but it's not passed, but it's moving around.
I thought it passed last week.
Huh?
That's last week.
Did it through what committee though? Not the council. Was it the council? Well, and if the neighbors don't, the neighbors close by don't say anything, if that passed, then I say, good luck. I didn't mean to, just trying to question, stay on top of stuff on the west side.
Yes, sir. Appreciate the
Thank
consideration.
you.
So if you're to build a home there, Mr. Kopp, you would not come back to us and ask for a variance on the lot size. Is that right?
No, with the
setbacks, excuse me, sir. Yes.
Correct. I believe the footprint is completely adequate for a home. It's about vertical more than it is ranch style downtown.
Right. Okay.
And the intention was to leave the other lot empty?
Those lots are all shotgun style homes. The 33 feet wide and 140 feet deep. They run from Summit to the alley behind. It's just slightly different for the rectangular style lots a lot of us talk about on a regular basis. So the house would actually probably be set up very similar to the brick house there on the south of the property.
Yeah, I understand that, but I thought I heard you say that the intention was to have one of the lots, now there's two instead of one, remain unimproved.
So the brick house would stay where it's at, and then the goal is to be able to have the ability to build a house on the vacant lot, which is the north half.
North of it, but then wouldn't there be another lot of 33 feet to the north of the one you're focused on now?
That one I have sold off. It's not part of this request.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Got it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other thoughts, board members?
I walk this area a lot, and I always found it strange that there was so much space in that kind of pocket of that block. I think the density is really strong in the west side. I think most of the lots are 25 feet. So the fact that this is 33, I feel like kind of fits in with the character of the existing neighborhood.
Mr. Kopp, I think you can build on the lot you sold to the north, you know, the one when you in the Google Street View, we saw your home, the brick home. Then we saw the lot that you want to build on eventually, and then the lot on the other side of that.
To be very candid with you, when I originally proposed and built a concrete house, I asked or mentioned in my initial proposal for me to be able to build in front of that or to attach to it. Basically, it was my first time building my own home. So I was trying to stay within myself. I'm an Eagle Scout. I mean, I feel like I can do most things with a binder and some time. But I didn't want to take on too much of a home at once. So I stayed within myself. And, when I finished building that house, it was completely sufficient for me. And like I said, having sold it recently, they're welcome to venture on any endeavor that they want to. I'm sure there will be hurdles if they choose to do some things, but I don't know their specific intent at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions, board members, or motions? Anybody?
I'd offer a motion.
All right, perfect.
I just have one more question before I offer a motion. So this case it's different than the previous West Side case on Jefferson because that was splitting more than one lot and it was making lots smaller than what's allowed.
Yes.
In this case, if we're splitting it, it's still making it smaller than the 40 foot that's allowed, but this one is a non-issue because it wasn't part of a non-conforming other lot.
And Ms. Mixdorf, I'm pretty sure the other lots on that street are all 33 footers.
Yeah. Okay.
No, on this one that we're talking about versus the other one that was.
Okay. All right. Just want to double check.
Yeah.
So in case number 125, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The chair votes with the motion. Your project is approved. Good luck. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Kopp.
very much. Appreciate your time today.
Sure. And now we are at case or docket number 25. Right? Yes, docket number 25, case number 112 with an address of 5710 Scarrett Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
I also think my applicant for docket number 17 is back online. So if we can take that up after this case, that would be great.
That'd be great. Sure.
Thank you.
I have promoted Michelle Dawson to a panelist. There we go.
Where'd she go? Hello, Ms. Dawson. Good afternoon to you. Sorry about the delay, but we're on you now.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. So we only have 4 board members here today. You need all 4 of us to approve your project or it fails. Do you want to go forward with 4 or do you want to wait for 5 till October?
I want to go forward.
Okay, great. Thank you. I need to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today on your case?
I do.
Thank you. Could you say your name again for the court report?
Michelle Dawson.
Thank you, ma'am. Part of your case is some administrative exhibits that we need to hear your case. And those are 1 to 9 on page 3 of the staff report. Do we have your permission to admit those exhibits for your hearing today?
Yes.
Thank you. They're admitted. And we have Larissa, who one of those exhibits is Larissa's presentation to the board. And thank you very much, Larissa. You're on. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is docket item number 25, and it's BZA 2022-00112. And the address is 5710 Scarrett Avenue. It's located in the R2.5 zoning district, and the applicant is seeking approval of a 27-foot wide lot. Here is the location of the site in relation to the rest of the city. And then here's an aerial of the lot, and then, move on. Here's the site plan that was provided with the width shown as 27 feet. Here is a picture of the lot from Scarrett. This is actually the 2 lots that you saw. So this one over here, if you can see my mouse, is the one that was highlighted. The variance is for approximately 13 feet to the required width of 40 feet for a lot in this zoning district. So they're requesting a 27-foot wide lot, as I've said before, and the substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and it cannot be obviated by a method other than a variance. And just like with previous presentations, I've just included a slide with the language found in the code. And that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Larissa. Do we have anyone in the audience that is either for or against this matter? If so, please raise your hand. See anybody?
No one from the audience is raising their hand.
Thank you. Miss Dawson, why should we approve your request today? Tell us why.
I am actually the general contractor working on behalf of my client.
Okay.
And what she wants to do on this lot is she wants to put an affordable house back on the lot where the home used to actually sit. There was a dilapidated house that she owned on the lot that was taken down, demolished, and she just wants to put a similar home right back on that lot.
Mm-hmm. Was that lot width the same as what it is today? It wasn't resized or anything, was it?
Yes.
Same size?
It was the exact same size as the lot that is adjacent to it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's not another empty lot to the right of her lot, is there? Or is that all one lot?
No, to the west of her, I'm sorry, to the east of her lot is another empty lot that actually is owned by homesteading.
Okay.
And then the alley is to the west of her.
Right. All right. Larissa, can you show the picture of the house again, or the lot? You know, you got a video, Google Street Map or something of that.
Yep, sharing my screen now. Here's the aerial.
Right.
And then here's the screenshot from Scarrett. So this portion over here.
There's the alleyway, and then there's a lot, and then there's another lot between that and the kind of taupe house. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Ms. Dawson, do you know if the homeowner or you have contacted the person who owns the empty lot to see if they have any complaints or restrictions on what you're trying to do?
No, I am building for her.
Okay.
The actual lot owner, homeowner.
So the lot I know, but what about the lot to the right of that picture we just saw?
It's the homesteading authority owns that lot.
Okay, all right.
The city owns it.
Yes, right.
Yeah. Okay.
That answers my concerns. Board members, do you have any comments or questions?
Oh, just a repeat of the affidavit to speak on behalf of the owner.
Yes, I have that.
Very good. Thank you.
Have you gotten any feedback, or the owner gotten any feedback from the surrounding neighbors?
No, not that I'm aware of. She has not. And it's a pretty dense populated area, so I'm sure they'd be happy to have a house there on that lot.
Is she gonna move back into the home, Ms. Dawson?
I don't believe so. I don't believe she'll be moving back into the home.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, board members, what's your thoughts?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Stellar.
I would move in case 112 that the board grant the requested variance in accordance with the staff report site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your proposal is passed. Thank you, Ms. Dawson, for coming.
Thank you so much.
All right, and I think we're going to jump back to number 7, if I heard Najma say that.
I think 17.
Oh, case 17. Yeah. That's the school case, I think, isn't it? Yes. Yes, okay. So we're calling docket number 17, case number 30, with an address of 6801 Holmes Road, University Academy, looks like.
I am promoting an Albert Ray.
Right there. Okay. Hello. Mr.
Hello.
Ray. Hello. Anyone else coming up that you see, Jared? Okay. Hello, Mr. Ray. Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay, but thank you for joining us. We only have 4 board members, so we have to get all approval on this case, or if we have 1 negative vote, it won't pass. So are you okay with us proceeding? You want to wait for 5 members in October?
Let's proceed.
All right. There's a quorum on the case, and all 4 members are present on the quorum. That's Ebbets, Gorence, Mixdorf, and Stiller. And I want to swear you in. So will you raise your right hand, please? And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name again for the court reporter, please.
Albert Ray.
Thank you. And there are a series of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that are located on page 17. Yikes. Is that right? Of the docket today. I think that's wrong. But I think it's page 4. Excuse me. It's page 4. And those have to do with your case. And is that okay for us to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. They're admitted. One of those items is the report by staff about your case, and Ms. Najma is going to present that to us. So thank you. Go ahead.
Before us, we have docket item number 17, case CD BZA 2022-30, located on 68 Holmes Road. You all may remember hearing this case, some of you for when it was originally presented, others after the reestablishing of the quorum, that they had initially proposed signs that were larger than maximum signage allowance or area of a sign in a residential district for schools and churches are much smaller than they would be if they were in a commercial area. And so the initially proposed signs were larger than you all were comfortable approving, and they have since reduced signage and removed some of the originally proposed signs. This is the aerial view, or generally located in the southern portion of Kansas City, Missouri. This is the aerial view of the site, outlining where some of those signs are going to be located and where some of those signs were previously being proposed. This is the first variance for a wall sign here. There was a proposed sign in addition to this, on the window that they've since removed, along with this sign here that has been reduced from the original request. They are now proposing a variance of 416.5 square feet from the requirement for the first sign that I showed you all, and a variance of 30 square feet from the requirement for the second sign I showed. The allowed wall sign dimensions is 20 square feet for anywhere on the building. And these are the proposed dimensions of 436.5 square feet and 50 square feet larger than what is allowed. That concludes my staff presentation.
Thank you, Najwa.
You're welcome.
Do we have anyone in the audience that's either opposed or supportive of this case today? If so, please raise your hand, be promoted. No one?
One from the audience is raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ray, I know you reduced some of the signage, signs, square footage. Tell us why we should approve these new requests.
Okay. I think the big thing was just the purpose of the entire project, which the building was already built. But University Academy really embarked on really wanting to do things to reinforce the students, its history, its culture, and the brand of the school. So we did some environmental graphics that were within the building, and then we did some things that are proposed here. The things that one of the big drivers for us was one is wayfinding at night, particularly for their evening events, and being able to see where those locations into the gym would be. So the sign that you see is over the gym. Obviously, we understand the nuances of being in a residential zone. We felt better about it because they didn't face any of the houses and faced the commercial area and didn't have any frontage where people in that neighboring area would even see them unless they came onto the site. But I think at the end, really what it was to do was to reinforce the school's brand and really bring about a sort of campus pride that's different from a charter school. Because you're drawing from a much wider area. Neighborhood school, everybody lives in the neighborhood, everybody knows what the school is. In this instance, we're drawing from a much broader area where branding identity is a little more important. So that was really our call to action with this. So I certainly understand, the board's perspective on this, and I appreciate the time.
Okay. Najma, could I see the other drawing you had that shows where these two signs are going? You had it on them. Okay, here's that one. And
There's the one on sorry, Najma, if you wouldn't mind going back to that other image that has the image and the site aerial. So it gives you some distances of how far you are from the street to each of the signs. I just thought it was important to kind of see what that distance was from the street and the orientation as you were looking at that size as well. Thank you.
Mr. Ray, I can't figure out where the other sign's going. The one that has, I don't know your team mascot. Is it Griffins?
It's a griffin. Yeah, Griffin is a mythical creature, like a combination of a lion and eagle, and yeah, it's a griffin.
So
actually, Winnetonka has the same logo. So Winnetonka, I think, is a griffin as well.
But where's that sign going to go? I'm looking at the overhead of the building. I see the auditorium, or the gymnasium, but I can't tell where. Is it going to face Holmes Road? Is it facing the park?
No, it does. No, neither sign faces Holmes. The larger sign faces the parking lot and the football field behind it.
Okay.
And is that
and
sign
then the smaller U, the U is for University Academy. That is in the back corner of the building. That's the one that's probably 8 by 8 or something like 8 by 12, something like of that sort on the side.
And that's sign B.
That is sign B. Yes, sir. Yes, that's correct.
And when I look at the aerial, it's just so small. Sign A is, oh, that's on the side of one of the buildings.
Right, right.
Oh, I see. And that's facing, that would be facing south.
No,
So,
east.
no, right. Sign A faces the east towards Truth. Sign B, the smaller sign, faces north towards the old Baptist Medical Center, which is being redeveloped.
But sign A,
That street.
You can't see it from Truce, can you? Can you see that from Truce? That's a long way.
No, it's a long way.
If they kept the previous sign, you may have been able to, but the right of way in question for these signs is East 68th Street. The code states that if the sign is visible from the public right of way, they have to follow the sign standards set out in
that
section.
So sign A doesn't face south.
It faces
east. No, it faces east.
Faces towards that football field or whatever that soccer field.
That's correct.
So the blue line is not going east-west under sign A?
It's just showing you where the signage is located on which facade. So it's just pointing that sign A is on the east facade of the building and sign B is on the north facade.
I'll take your word for it. All right. Thank you for that.
Any of my board members remember how far this has come down? They took off one sign, I know. Did the size come down some on these other two?
We reduced the sign size and we reduced there were some window appliques that were the school's crest that were in the stairwells that we have removed as well.
So Najma, do we know the reduction? Like, was this a 10% reduction in size or?
I can pull it up for you. Give me a quick second.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So 5 by 5. Yeah.
You know, the internet moves slower when people are waiting on you.
Of course.
Always.
Mr. Ray, are they going to be illuminated? Backlit?
They will be what you call halo lit. So the light source will be directed at the wall. So it's just almost like the shadow of the sign. They won't project out.
Okay.
So the light will be facing the brick wall and producing that kind of glow, if you will, and not pushed away from the building.
Okay.
So in terms of what they were requesting before, it's almost a 100% reduction in their request for the first sign and maybe about the same for the second as well. So the initial request was for a sign of 837.2 square feet for sign A. And the initial request for sign B was for 117.6 square feet. And they've reduced that to now requesting for a sign of 416.5 square feet and 30 square feet.
Okay.
So really significant reductions then.
Correct. And they took away signage as well, as he stated.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Is anyone else? If not, we'll do a motion.
Mr. Chair, in case 30, 30?
Yep.
Okay, I would move, well, given the distinction between public school, or a local school drawing for the neighborhood versus the charter school, I think resonated with me, and the significant reduction in size. With that, I would move that the board grant the requested variances in accordance with staff report, site plan, and documents contained therein.
Perfect. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay, anyone? No? And the chairman votes with the motion. Your sign or your project is approved. Good luck with it, Mr. Ray.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Take care.
Yes. All right. Where are we going to, kids?
26, I think.
I think you're right. All right. 561 Harrison. Okay, so docket number 26, case number 27 with an address of 561 Harrison Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I am promoting Corey Henry.
Thank you. You have a page, Randy?
Sorry, I was bringing up Google Maps. I believe it's page 240 or 239.
Thank you.
That's the case.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Mr. Henry, good afternoon to you. Sorry for the delay.
Oh, no worries. Good afternoon to you all, and major kudos on the marathon.
Yeah, I know. We're not done yet. So we only have 4 members here today. And we do have an established quorum, but Mr. Banuki has resigned. And so you have to have all 4 of us to agree. We think we're going to have a 5th member in October. You could delay your case till then, or you can proceed forward.
I might ask, just as a matter of course, and I apologize, this might be for staff. Would I be able to, for that 5th person, would we need to reestablish a quorum, or would they be able to vote if I presented new in October?
They would, just so you know, they would get a copy of the previous testimony. They would read the testimony as if they had heard the case directly. So yes, the answer is they will be part of the new quorum.
And just to add on to, technically, even though much of the members are the same right now, this is a reestablished quorum as well, because we re-sent out all of that for this.
Right.
So whether we do it now or then, it's a new quorum.
No matter what. Okay, it would be the addition, and I apologize, I'm not trying to eat up more time. And Mr. Clements, I know that we've continued this case several times, mostly because of me. Am I out of continuances, for lack of a better word, or is it still okay for me to proceed to October?
If you decide to continue for the 5th member, I mean, there's
no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, I think just given the sensitive nature of it, I'd like to continue to October if possible. I will just briefly, we did reach out and met with the HOA, so that went very well. So I'll let you guys know we did that, but I'll request a continuance to the next meeting.
Okay. And what we'll do is we'll request a continuous the next meeting, but just per chance, we don't have our 5th, but I think we will. If we don't, then we may have to continue to.
Well, and if we do, if by then we don't, we'll go ahead and go. Hopefully
Okay.
I can sweet talk you all enough to get where we need to get.
All right. So board members, do I have a motion to continue this to the October 11 docket?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. This matter is continued to October 11. Thank you.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye. All right. Docket 27. Case number.
We're at 30.
We continued the next 3 and the last
Yeah,
case
we
of
did.
the day.
Jesus, I'm not relating my notes, gosh. Thank you, everybody.
It's no problem. And I did receive communication from this applicant, and they are going, I'm sure they'll say the same thing I'm going to, so I'll just go ahead and promote them.
Okay, so we're on 29 or 30?
30.
29 had to be continued due to a advertising error.
Okay, that's right. Okay, so we're on docket number 30, case number 17 with an address of 4500 North Brighton Avenue.
Can anybody give me a page number? I've got nothing here at the end of my
263.
263. Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
263. 263. Thank you.
Right.
Well, maybe don't listen to me. Mine says docket item 19 on the top. So maybe this is an old case thing too.
Yeah, I have item 19 as well. Case 17.
Okay, no, it's the right address though. It's
Wait.
4500 North Brighton on
Yes.
263.
Yep,
Which one?
Hear me. Thank you.
What page we at?
263.
Okay. Oh yeah, there it is. You're right. Sorry. Okay, so we have Mr. Klein promoted. No, we have attorney Luke Demery. Is that the one? Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Demery.
Good afternoon. It's been quite a day.
It has been quite a day. Sorry you had to sit around till now, but at least you're on. Sir, we only have 4 board members. We need unanimous approval for your case to be successful. You can delay till October where we might have 5. What would you like to do?
And Mr. Chair, I was able to confirm with my client. We lost our witnesses during the day as well. So I have another dilemma in addition to not having that 5th person.
Right.
I was able to confirm with my client, as the board's aware, he's a Navy SEAL commander and he's in training in the desert right now. So unfortunately, he was only able to confirm just about a half hour ago, and I emailed Mr. Clements, and we would request a continuance to the 11th. We'd also ask that the panel waive any fee for continuance if there was a inclination to impose a fee for making that request.
There's no fee. No fee. You're good.
Thank you.
All right. Board members, do I have your motion for this to be continued to October 11th meeting?
So moved.
Thank you. Second from anyone?
Good.
Thank you. So motion from Ms. Mixdorf, second from Mr. Gorens to move the meeting, to move this case to October 11. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This is continued to the October meeting. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you all so much.
All right. All right. Jared, what else do we have going on today? Or maybe not. I don't know.
That's it in terms of cases. The last thing to decide, I believe, I guess more of an announcement, or I believe that we do have a fifth board member that will be starting in October. That's the plan right now, and we're going to be working on having an orientation with them in the next few weeks. So that's kind of great news, I think.
Perfect.
And then the other matter of business is to decide if we would like as a board, if you would all like to meet in person and have hybrid meetings or continue to be virtual. We have the capacity to meet in person, I believe. And so we wanted to see if the board wanted to have hybrid meetings.
What location?
I'm okay with October being hybrid. Maybe in November we go back in person. If it's the person who I think might be coming on board, she's very familiar with the board, so.
It is.
Yeah.
So, Evan, so are you thinking, what's your rationale by not doing October in person as well? Are you thinking November and on we would do it?
Yes, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would prefer.
I might be remote on that day on October 11th. I might. I have a very small probability, but I just didn't want to lose that for that purpose.
So if we do the hybrid role, though, if we could have 4 of us meeting in person and 1 person could still remote in to still have the conversations, right?
Right. Is that right? That way that worked, Jared?
That's exactly correct. Yep.
Okay.
So hybrid means in person and virtual.
Okay.
No council chamber.
Wait, say that again. In council chamber, right? Or no? Where would we?
Yes.
Would be like the olden days.
Be like the olden days, except we would be also having a Zoom meeting happening at the same time for people who couldn't attend.
So just like CPC does now,
Exactly.
essentially. Yeah, okay.
And so Mark would still chair remotely.
Yes.
If, I mean, it's like mainly 5% I won't be here. That's a really small probability. So, yeah.
I would, with we having a new member, I would like to meet in person.
Yeah.
In October, if ever, and from here
That's
on
fine
out.
with me.
When we go to closed session, it's a little chaotic, so I think it's nice to just pop into the conference room, have our meeting and come back, and so I would be a proponent of back in person.
Yeah. All right.
Same.
Okay, so I think we made our decision to meet back in person at City Hall at 9 a.m. on October 11th. Is that right? I feel good about that. Good.
That's correct. I think the only externality is just to confirm that the council chambers are usable, which I believe they are since they are for CPC, but we'll confirm that and then post it on the website and email you all.
Okay.
So that it's,
I have a couple other questions. Unless you have anything else, Jared.
that's it for me.
Are we getting anybody else on the BZA? It's great that we'll have our 5th, but where's our like 6th and 7th? Am I being greedy now?
No,
Go for it.
I do not know, but hopefully the mayor is continuing to make appointments.
Okay, wonderful. And I think we talked, I don't know, maybe a couple months back about pre-COVID applicants supplied videos for their sites. And I think those are really helpful because a lot of times, I mean, I'm always going on Google Maps and trying to see what the existing conditions are, but a lot of times that's out of date. So is there a way that that could be reinstituted for when somebody submits something for the case that they have to provide that video of their site again?
So I wasn't around when we did the videos. From what I understand, staff used to make the videos.
Yeah, I think the applicant should have to do it.
I agree. I believe the issue, because we have asked a few people and in some certain circumstances, folks have wanted to share videos. We don't have a great way to obtain that file yet. They can't submit it on Compass, and we've run into issues with ways they can submit basically on other platforms.
Okay.
I'll continue to look into that though, and hopefully, get a better solution.
Okay, or if they can just do some updated photos even, like instead of you guys having to pull just straight from Google Earth, if they can provide photos, those should be easy to email. There's a lot of times the conditions where I see it in Google Photos, but I know I've walked past it and that's not what it looks like. So it would just be nice to have the latest kind of conditions.
Absolutely.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do we bring our computer? Do we bring the computer, and also is it a 9 a.m. meeting?
Yes and yes.
They also have access to the little tablets as well, if you don't want to haul your computer to City Hall.
So in the olden days, they used to have presentations on the video monitor. So no more on that, right? Would you bring our own laptops? Is that what Tom was saying?
Our laptops?
No, I didn't think so. We still have the
No.
same presentation on the video.
Yeah, we'll still present on that.
I believe he was referring to having access to the docket similar to what you all do during the virtual meetings, but just in person.
Ah, yeah, that's right. We used to have the tablets. No more, right?
No, they're still there.
They're still there.
If you want to use them.
So we have the docket and the staff reports all on the tablet, and Mark would be on the big screen.
Right.
The big board.
Yeah, okay.
I have two questions, building access and parking. Can we get the badges? So we get access to the building without a stripped down search? And do we have access to parking like we did in the olden days?
I believe that you'll have parking. As to security, I think everyone goes through the security check still, including staff. But when I send out that email regarding the availability of the council chambers, I'll just get the whole rundown of the details of your parking benefits, et cetera.
But Jared, the garage is closed, right? It's the one across the street. Is that
now it's all in Wolf Garage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done that one before, Stiller? It's the one across the street.
Oh, yeah, I just did it all the time. It's a little bit smaller. I have this beast of a truck that I use for the construction projects.
Right.
I'll just go over to J.E. Dunn and pay for it, or I'll take the streetcar.
Yeah.
E-bike. We can bike together.
I'll bike, but not an e-bike. I am the motor.
That was all the questions I had. Sorry.
That's a plan. All
I
right.
did move to say that you all should buy Randy lunch for all of the times you asked her for the page numbers.
Oh, yeah, okay, you're right.
I do have a question as a court reporter real fast. There was a little confusion on transcript last time we did this. So I just want to, on record, make sure that you just want an original copy or no copies or no transcript, just on the record. Does anyone know?
Lisa?
Unless it's requests. So just keep the record.
Okay, just keep the record. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
And parking, you guys have to get a parking card over there at the garage, the ticket, and then the clerk's office will stamp it for you once you're done.
Okay.
Good. Thank you, Lisa. What about lunch? Remember, we used to get free lunch.
You'll get breakfast, and if it lasts long, you'll get lunch. But for breakfast, you have pastries and coffee and juice.
Cool.
All right.
Sounds great.
Thanks, Lisa.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Can always depend on Lisa.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Any other business?
I didn't dig in a deeper hole, Najma.
I do have one more question. Are we going to officially elect Mark as the chair? Because his thing still says vice chairman. At some point, once we have another board member, will he be officially the chair?
Well,
I'm in the grid.
only if you nominate me, I think. You just can't assume, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know how that works, Jared.
I don't know how that works either. We just need the kingpin. We want to say kingpin.
Got it. I'll talk to Lisa about the placards.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the policy is for how to elect the chair, so we'll figure that out before the next meeting. So
whatever. Yeah,
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
See you later.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
we need a motion to adjourn. Anybody? Yes.
So moved.
Okay, done. We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye.
Thank you all.
This was fun.
Yeah, sort of was. See ya.